Hello, everyone, and welcome here. So my name is Antoine Isaac. I am R&D manager at the Europeana Foundation. This is the fourth day of Heritage Horizon, the Europeana Project Week. First, I would like to do a bit of housekeeping. You have seen a program when you have registered. It has been sent to you. So please keep it at hand because it has all the information you need. For the record, there are a few practical rules that we would like to advertise here to optimize everyone's participation in this day. So first, well, try to be clear about who you are. Check your username because sometimes they can be very obscure and opaque about who you are. So if you can indicate your first or last name, maybe affiliation, that would be lovely. Then, in principle, you are all muted when you come in. But sometimes you will unmute yourself to ask a question or make a comment. So in that case, afterwards, please mute your microphone when you are not speaking anymore. Feel free to use your camera. Nowadays, everyone's used to let others see a black face, and of course that's very fine when you're not speaking. But when you are speaking, it's much nicer to everyone when they can see you. And if you need to leave for a second, of course, then you can turn your camera off. And finally, we have a couple of tags that you can use for on social media. The first one is Heritage Horizons, and the second one is Project Week. So then, quite importantly, I would like to well, tell everyone about our inclusive engagement guidelines. So we favor a conversation and in general collaboration that's inclusive as possible and respectful and thoughtful and considerate as possible. So those guidelines, they are relatively simple and out of common sense, I would say. So try to listen with the same energy and focus with which you want to be heard. Embrace a learning mindset. Be aware of your own bias and be curious about things that you may not know or understand. Be respectful about all points of view that are going to be expressed today. Own any errors that you may make. Well, yeah, people do make mistakes, and it's very completely understandable. But please do apologize and make amends if you feel, especially if you feel you have hurt someone. And maintain that anyone has the right to speak up and identify when some boundary is crossed. If there is any problem, please flag it to myself or to the other Europeana staff that is around. If you are following the chat, you can see that we have a couple of colleagues here. Especially, I'd like to name Georgia Evans, who's responsible for the chat and the timekeeping, and she would be available to answer questions on the chat in general, and of course, especially when it comes to the inclusive engagement guideline. And I believe that the link to the guidelines has been posted on the chat or is going to be posted soon. And I'm sorry because I'm presenting, so I cannot see whether it's in the chat right now or if it is going to be there.
It's in there. Thank you, Antoine.
Great. Thanks for the feedback. This is going to be our day today. So you will still have to bear with me for some minutes of welcoming and waiting for everyone to gather around us. Then we will have a rather big workshop organized by the DBIAS project. So it's over 2 hours. I'd like to make it clear that there is a break in between, so it's thought to be a nice, enjoyable experience for everyone, not one long tunnel. And then we have a shorter session organized by the AI for Culture project. And let's say the main content of the day will end with a panel session that we have organized, where some presenters of the earlier sessions, as well as a new guest, will talk about some topics that have been mentioned in the earlier session, and we'll also discuss anything that you, the audience, would like to bring on the table. And finally, at 3:30, there will be a networking opportunity with people having the chance to meet each other in breakout rooms and reflect about the day, or just talk about who they are and what they're working on in general. So that's for the agenda today. The last bit of logistics that I would like to highlight is that we have a satisfaction survey that is going to pop up whenever you leave the day today. So whenever you leave the Zoom interface, you're going to be asked a few questions on how you think the day has gone, and that's an opportunity for us to get feedback from the audience, and this is really important. It's also not very long to fill, so please do not skip this step, as it's key for us. So thank you in advance. Do have still a few minutes before the first session, so hopefully people are still joining in. Well, so as a bit of introduction to the content of the day, I would say that well, this day is about artificial intelligence. Well, as everyone knows, AI is starting to have a really bigger impact in the digital transformation of the cultural heritage sector, as in many other areas, of course. And people are getting both excited and worried about it. And in the sector, there are many questions, interrogations about how can artificial intelligence make a positive contribution to our endeavors. And this is one of the objectives of the data space and the community around it, to discuss those questions and to try to find answers and a way forward. For example, we've got the Europeana Tech community of the Europeana Network Association that has facilitated and still facilitates a lot of activities and information sharing about AI. And today is going to be pretty much in line with this effort, focusing on two key projects of the data space community that are currently being worked on, namely DBIAS and AI for Culture. And well, I'm not going to steal their thunder, but essentially the approach of the day is to try to see how we can help to better apply artificial intelligence in digital culture, both in the sense of easier and more effective application, trying to get AI actually benefit our shared goals and our needs, but also in a way that avoids the pitfalls that usually come with AI and that people are getting familiar with, namely the lack of transparency and the existence of biases. And actually, perhaps doing it even better, because as we're going to see, there are also ways to engage with AI, which would actually address some ethical issues that are already here with us for quite a while in our very processes and in our very data. And that could play the kind of data ecosystem that we want to build. So that's what is going to be discussed today. So in 2 minutes, we have the first of those sessions. Actually, I think I'm gonna leave the floor to the DBIAS workshop, like in right now. We have 4 members of the DBIAS project with us today. Kerstin Held, Christina Rose from the DFF, the German Film Institute and Film Museum. Also Corinne Steinsteiner from the Michael Culture Association, and Kerstin Arnold from the Archives Portal Europe Foundation. And I'm going to let them jump in and explain who they are, what they've done, and have a lovely discussion about the DBIAS project. The floor is yours. And I'm going to stop the remote control.
Yes, and is it okay with you if I start moving the slides?
It should, yes.
Okay. So then, thank you, Antoine, for the introduction, and thanks for the organizers of the Heritage Horizon Project Week that we can present DBIAS. Just to meet the audience expectations, I know we are here in a session about AI, but the focus of our session today will be more about community engagement and capacity building, because community engagement is really at the heart and the core of our project. But our colleague from the KU Leuven, Fred Truyen, will talk about in the afternoon at the panel more about how we use AI and DBIAS. So this is the agenda for today. So we have, it's a rather quite long workshop. I will do a brief introduction to the project. Then we will have a first roundtable moderated by Jonas von Malda from the Catholic University of Leuven, I guess, not Leiden. Sorry for that. The speakers will be Asli Özgen Havekotte from the University of Amsterdam. They have been working with the colleagues from Sound and Vision. She's been working with the colleagues of Sound and Vision. Then Dani Martiri from Queering Rome. He was one of the community partners for the LGBTQA topic we are dealing with in DBIAS. Then Kat Sommers from the Foti Museum Antwerp, and Rosita Atanasova from the British Library. Afterwards, after the break, then we have an interactive session together, which is moderated by Corinne, Kerstin Arnold. So I will start, as I said, with a short presentation of the project so that you know a bit the setup. Some key facts and figures. So we are funded by the Digital Europe program, and we are almost done with our project. It ends December 24. The overall goal is to have a more inclusive and respectful approach to describing cultural heritage. Our focus is Europeana, so the tool that we are developing will integrate it into Europeana. And our consortium consists of 11 partners from the wider Europeana network. The project partners, so we are mainly Europeana aggregators. So all in all, we provide more than 6 million records on which we have tested the tool. Then we have the Catholic University of Leuven, who is responsible for the academic research. We have 2 technical partners, ThinkCode and Datoptron. ThinkCode is mainly responsible for developing the bias detection tool. Datoptron has helped us with adapting the Cloud Heritage platform to do the validation. ECOM is a partner with huge expertise in management. And of course, we have also Europeana as a partner. Sorry, I was too quick. When we drafted the proposal, we had some initial questions. So how do problematic terms and stereotypes appear in collection databases? These concerns emerged as we realized the importance of updating outdated languages and object descriptions and archival databases. As more data become publicly available, as you know, the challenges for archives is immense. Many content description keywords are outdated, problematic, contentious, and because they were created decades ago, or because they represent a very Eurocentristic Western perspective. And updating these terms is, of course, not an easy endeavor due to the vast size of these collections. Therefore, our approach was to develop a tool and a solution that supports us in detecting, flagging these terms, contextualizing them. And of course, this is a task that cannot be done by the project's partner alone. So we are heavily dependent on the collaboration with the communities, and also we ask ourselves the questions how that could occur on an equal footing. So as I said, the overall goal was then to develop solutions for a more inclusive and respectful description of cultural heritage. These are our goals, and as we are already finishing the project, also our achievements. So we have built a tool that detects and flags problematic terms in Europeana, but also other archival databases. We have created a vocabulary of contentious terms with contextualization and, if appropriate, also alternative suggestions that is used by the tool. We have established relationships with the communities to co-create the vocabulary and to get their insights and feedback on our work. We have also worked on a methodology, how to efficiently work with the communities. We have developed a framework to analyze bias types and patterns in cultural heritage collections. And we did many capacity building events and developed capacity building materials as guidelines for the cultural heritage sector. So how do we address bias together with the communities? So here you can see the communities we are working with. And from the beginning, it was important for us that we establish these strong relationships and collaborate with minoritized communities to get that perspective, to learn what their needs are in terms of better understanding and get a better representation and more accurate representation of cultural heritage. We also wanted to make sure that our vocabulary would reflect and be mindful also of the self-descriptions of these communities and the terms that they would use for themselves. So this is what we've done over the last 8 months. We have organized 12 workshops with rather a flexible approaches depending on the respective communities and groups. We have involved the communities to plan and facilitate these workshops. We have built most of the partners who have been working with these communities have built on existing relationships. We have, together with the communities, they analyzed selected items and listened to the perspectives to identify gaps and misrepresentations in the collections descriptions. We addressed biased language and catalog data and took into account the intersectional perspectives. So, as I said, the more theoretical framework, this all ended up in community engagement methodology, which can be accessed on Europeana Pro. So if you're interested about the work, please go to the website and you can download it from there. This is a glimpse of these workshops, and I guess that in the panel afterwards we get a bit more insight into this work. As I said, so each of these workshops has a slightly different setup. So either developing descriptions of collection items from the perspective of the communities, or we invited the communities to give us feedback on the terms and the vocabulary that we've created, to see whether the contextualization and the suggestion is all right with them. So as I said, this is only a glimpse of the workshops we did in the project. This is the Wheel of Bias. This is part of what we developed in the theoretical framework. It has been used in these workshops to identify and to categorize the different types of biases that appear, and so you can attribute these different categories of bias to a term, and very often one term is connected with several of these categories of bias, for example, gender, race, and class. You know that's the perspective on intersectionality, that the different levels of bias are interconnected. These are some of the outcomes of our work, which we are very proud of, and that have been created either by the communities or in cooperation with the communities. We are very happy that Dani Matiri is here. He created this virtual exhibition that is accessible on Europeana called A Queer Tour. The Catholic University of Leuven, together with the community and the Kadok Archives, has curated a great exhibition that is called Face Surface. You can still visit it at the University of Leuven. We had community members analyzing bias and Europeana collection, as you can see here, decoding anti-Semitic cliches in cultural heritage collections. So these are the editorials we produced in the project. And maybe also a few words about the vocabulary, because that's, of course, also one of the main outputs of our project. So we have the vocabulary, of course, has not only been created in these workshops together with the communities. We have also searched into existing glossaries, but glossaries that have been established by communities, such as Homosaurus for the LGBTQA community. Words Matter is a very important resource that we've been building on in our project, which works mainly in the colonial context. We have used anti-Semitism, analysis of anti-Semitism in language. So most of the sources we've been using were sources that have been created by the communities themselves. So by now we have 650 terms in 5 languages. And what I will show you now is let's say the human readable form of the vocabulary. That's how we work. That's how we build it. And the structure of this vocabulary is also has been transferred into a knowledge graph, so that it is also machine readable. This is a kind of huge work we are doing in the project. So identifying contentious terms is the one thing, but getting the right contentious issue description, also the suggestion for use. And then also disambiguation is a very huge endeavor we are doing the project, but we would like to make sure that the vocabulary is very well curated, because the better we do it also and from the beginning, the easier is it for the tool to work accurately. Disambiguation is important because sometimes you have terms that are contentious in one context, but not contentious in another one, like exotic, where we have established or agreed upon that exotic can be used when it refers to plants or animals, but not to human beings. And there are many of these examples which need disambiguation. We also always mention the source, and as I said before, we also categorize these terms, whether this refers to sexuality or ethnicity or race. Yeah, how would that be shown or displayed on Europeana? So this is still in the mock-up version, but the idea is, and that's also how it will be implemented. So as you can see here with the term tribe, you see this small debias icon on the right side. If you hover with your mouse on this term, then this window will pop up, and what you can read here is exactly the contentious issue description that we also have in the vocabulary that you've seen on the Excel sheet. If you would like to understand more about it, you can then click on read more, and then you have the full explanation. So the tool, as I said, I will not go into the details, but it's already available. We are still doing some improvements. And if you want to test it, so you can already test the standalone version, then please contact us. You will get our email later on in the slides, because I think it would be useful for you to get some instructions how to use the tool. And I think that's it from my side. And I will hand over to Jonas. Or Kerstin, would you? No, so Jonas.
It's fine with me if someone else wants to jump in with another comment. I'll leave that to you.
Yeah. Are there any comments, remarks, questions so far?
There is one in the chat, Kerstin.
Yeah.
It's a bit more complex. I don't know if we can answer this.
I'm just reading it.
Yes.
Okay, that's a very, I don't know. There are some terms in that question that I would need further explanation. I know from many non-German expatriates that they dislike the missing of a natural and healthy pride in Germany. Yeah, that can be a point of view, which I do not really understand, but maybe the person would like to speak up here.
Oh, he says you don't need to answer it. It's also
okay. It's just a comment. Okay.
There was a question, but it's also a comment. Thank you for pointing this.
Yeah.
Well, the second question about the API. Yes, the tool has an API, and it's also there's documentation on GitHub. So it can also be integrated into, for example, other databases, or other databases can call the API as well. I will put something in the chat and also the link to the tool.
Thank you, Christina.
And then I think we've got one raised hand with a question. Please feel free to.
Okay. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for the presentation. This is Sipho from South Africa. So I had one question, right? Well, two questions. The first one is around, I'm glad that I see the work, right? And I see, and there's been teams that actually go out and look for contentious terms and have a column where they update that. I wanted to find out if I'm on the site and I see an image and that is titled in a way that I feel is contentious, would I have to go through the debias group or send an email? So that is question number one.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we are discussing whether there should be a kind of feedback button. But since there is a general feedback button, and Antoine, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a general feedback button for people to comment.
Yes.
So you can either go through this or you contact us via the debias email that's later on the slides.
Okay, and then the final question is, if I wanted to use this to do a similar model or use in some of the frameworks that you guys used, right, in my context now in South Africa, which channels would I need to follow?
I think the best way would to get in touch with us, and then we can have a discussion of what would be an appropriate way to do so. If I get your answer, your question right.
Oh, yes, you do. Thank you.
Yeah, but we will have also documentation of what we've been doing. I mean, as I said, the tool software will be on GitHub, and everything what we did in the project will be documented. We have guidelines and recommendations, but we are also happy, of course, if you get in touch with us for further details. Did that answer your question? Yeah, I think so. Antoine.
Yeah, actually, it's a bit odd, sorry, moderating, and because I would like to react to the previous comment. That's very interesting also for the project organization. The project also has to think of the next steps, and that the questions really made me realize that maybe in the plans for the future, and when the project officially closes, then we should organize maybe a way to channel that kind of feedback. And our team who handles user feedback, they have a tagging system that they use to triage the very varied kind of feedback that we have. Maybe it would be good to actually have something that allows explicitly to flag this sort of bias flagging, so that it gets handled in the best way possible.
That's a great idea, Antoine. Yeah.
Well, it's not really mine. It's the one of the gentlemen.
Yeah,
who,
but to take that up as a part of Europeana, of the Europeana team, that's also great. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? No, then I would hand over to Jonas.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. As you can see, I'm Jonas van Mulder. Thank you for inviting me to moderate this session. It's a pleasure. I am an associate of CADOC, the Documentation and Research Center on Religion, Culture and Society of KU Leuven in Belgium, not the University of Leiden, unfortunately. but at KU Leuven, where my main responsibility is the curation of the international collections that we hold. And I do this in terms of research projects, exhibitions, and public programming. And in that capacity, I had the pleasure of contributing to the DBIAS project together with my colleagues at the Department of Cultural Studies of KU Leuven, notably Fred Truijen was already mentioned, and Sophie Taas, who I think is here present with us today. And this we did by, amongst others, there were several various activities, of course, but amongst others by connecting colonial era photographic archives, so historical photography, with associated communities in the Democratic Republic of Congo and in Belgium. And we saw an example of one of those activities earlier in the slides, including pictures from a workshop that was organized and indeed an exhibition that we opened 2 weeks ago. So today I have the privilege to introduce you to, I think, a great panel consisting of 4 very interesting speakers. Their names have been mentioned, and you can see them here on the slide as well. So we have among us Asli Özgen Haverkotte, who is Assistant Professor Media and Culture at the University of Amsterdam. Dani Martiri of Queering Rome, a project that wants to create a queer approach to Rome's cultural heritage. Next, we have Kaat Sobers, curator, researcher at Fotomuseum, or FOMU, in Antwerp. And finally, Rositsa Atanasova, who works at the British Library as a digital curator. And I deliberately limited my introductions to the minimum because the panelists were asked on beforehand to introduce themselves, to introduce their work, their background in, say, 5-minute introductions. And then from there, we will proceed to further talk about various aspects of debiasing collections and the role of community work therein. But to start, I would like to give the floor to Asli.
Thank you, Jonas. Thank you for invitation as well. It's great to be here to talk about DBIAS and how it relates to my work. I come from a more academic setting, and I have been working with mostly collections of migrant communities and migration and diasporic communities in the Netherlands. I am from a migrant background. I moved to the Netherlands for my PhD from Turkey, and I'm mostly interested in the archival presence and absence of the Turkish community mostly, but also other migrant communities. I'm working at the University of Amsterdam, and maybe some of you know our MA program, Preservation and Presentation of the Moving Image. And yeah, I think I'll stop there. I don't really like talking about myself. I prefer to talk about the research a bit later, so I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Asli. We will go indeed in further detail later. So unfortunately, I will have to ask you to talk a bit more in length about yourself and your work later, but we can return to that. Just in the order of people appearing on my screen, I now give the word to Dani.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, I'm Dani Martiri. I use they, them pronouns. I am currently an independent curator and a member of the ICOM Italy working group dedicated to LGBTQ+ rights and gender issues. And I have, yeah, as was said before, planned and delivered workshops and community engagement moments, occasions for the DBIAS project. I mostly work with queer communities, and I'm a part of the trans and non-binary community specifically myself. Yes, I also started this independent project, which started out as dissemination outside of academia of queer scenes within heritage in general, and yeah, that's about it for me as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Danny. Same for you. We'll return to some aspects of your work later. Kat, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kat Solmers. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a researcher and I work within the collection team of FOMU, the Photo Museum in Antwerp. There I work mainly around registration of photographs and how we can deal with, more precisely, colonial photographs that we have in our collection. Because of this, I quickly fell into the area where Kalok and Sophia and Jonas are also researching, so I met them soon enough. I followed a couple of programs such as the Rijnwaard Academy's digitally decolonizing course, also the sharing stories on contested histories by Rijnwaard Academy and RCE. I've attended several DBias events, sector events, but also colleague groups within Belgium because it's a heavily supported theme within many collections. What I would like to focus on later on is this research project that I've applied funding for in the Flemish government, and it talks about, or it focuses on the participation of communities within collection registration. And our focus, as we're a photo museum, and we're partnering up with a couple of other collections for this. Our focus would be on both the textual language that is used within the collection registration, but also, and mainly perhaps because we're a photo museum, how the visual language is or could be made less violent, or how it is established as it is right now, and how we deal with this, how we mediate or not. So those are the main focal points that I'm addressing here already, and then I'll give the word to the next person.
Thanks so much, Kat. We'll definitely talk about that later on. But first, I'd like to give the floor to Rosita to present herself.
Hi, just to check you can hear me. Yes.
Yes.
Really lovely to be part of this panel this morning. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Rosita. I work at the British Library, which is the National Library of the United Kingdom. And our holdings are huge, so that's one of our challenges when working with problematic vocabularies and inclusive terminology. Holdings of estimated 170 million items spanning over 3,000 years. And I was just looking up yesterday, one of our oldest items is an oracle bone from about 16,000 BC. So up to modern archives and harvested web UK domain. So really vast collections. As in my role as digital curator, I work with digitized collections, and particularly working on improving accessibility in terms of metadata enrichment and enabling computational use of the collections as data. So I've been involved with some capacity building activities around using methods from corpus linguistics, combined with archival research to highlight curatorial voices in legacy catalog descriptions, and to examine those critically and contextualize them. But today I'm speaking for the library, and in particularly on behalf of one of the projects as part of a 3-year kind of action plans called Race Equality Action Plan, and in the middle of that, and in particular the key strand of that around addressing bias and harmful collection descriptions, cataloging processes and systems. The project is led by my colleague Pardat Shamsaz, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. And so I will say a little bit more about that later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosita. Building on those introductions, I would like to start with asking a very general question, but hopefully it gives you the opportunity to elaborate a bit what you already said. Of course, it was mentioned earlier by Kerstin, DBias had this very specific objective steering towards a technological AI-based innovation regarding the issue at stake, vocabulary terminology. But that process over the course of the project was, of course, fueled by community activities that were arranged by several of the involved project partners. So I think it's safe to say that expertise and capacity building also took place on that domain. So my first question to all of you would be, how do you perceive the role, the importance, the vital role of community work in relation to inclusive cataloging and respectful descriptions? And I'll try to translate that very broad question to all of you individually. And I would like to start with you, Rosita. As you mentioned, the sheer vastness of the collections that you work with in general, but also I assume in the library itself. Perhaps in relationship to the project that you mentioned, how do you prioritize specific forms of bias or communities that are represented in the collection and that might have an interest in seeking collaboration with you or seeking a more intensive relationship with the heritage? How do you go about establishing those connections with the community, and how do you start collaborating with them? How do you go about that first vital part of the project or of a collaboration that can be a stepping stone towards a really intensive collaboration, or can perhaps not go in that direction? So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yes. So one of the points I wanted to make kind of on behalf of my colleagues again is that we've always been doing this kind of work of trying to describe collections fully and respectfully engage our communities. We haven't managed probably to engage as much the communities when it comes to kind of actively and authentically having their input in our descriptions. However, we have run projects like public engagement projects, for example, around describing our collections of playbills, so through crowdsourcing, for example. Or we had a project around called The Age of Enslavement, and other projects through ECHO, where we have tried to engage the community in that way through making our digitized collections available on platforms such as Zooniverse, or previously on a platform we had developed ourselves called LibCrowds, and kind of asking for their input, but also giving them the opportunity to examine the documents. This was all supported through kind of online fora, curators being there to answer questions, to support people with any sensitive material that was made available. So community engagement has been really, really important and big part of this work, and we want to obviously scale that up. Internally, we've tried to create an inclusive description community of practice. So that's now well established. It's a forum for curators, catalogers, anyone in the library. I'm a member of it. A couple of my colleagues are here today, Adi and Harry. And so we meet regularly to share best practice, to discuss key topics, and to attempt this kind of prioritization. Obviously, we have to start somewhere. So we have been serving collections to come up with these priorities, but this is an iterative, ongoing work. So we're thinking both about the strategies around how to audit collections, how to then contextualize what kind of processes need to support that. We're thinking about the internal community engagement through this fora, meeting regularly, sort of having both a practical element to test certain tools and methods, but also kind of discursive element. So some of the topics that have been discussed around offensive titles, prejudicial works, and so on. We have also a digital scholarship reading group internally. And again, we kind of discuss texts or reports or projects of others. So we're learning a lot about this work from others, including the DBias project. And so externally, we are part of many UK-wide and national, international libraries and archival working groups, collaborating on what is the best way to deal with the inclusive description. So it's very particularly that kind of got a momentum around the inclusive terminology glossary work that Carissa Chu did with the National Library of Scotland. And we're kind of looking at some funding opportunities to collaborate. And the project that I mentioned, led by Pardat Shamsas, is focusing initially on racialized content, material related to colonial activity and enslavement. But of course, we continue to kind of review the areas, collection areas that we want to prioritize. It's, as I mentioned, it's an ongoing iterative work, and there are many different approaches, and we are very interested in what we can do with the DBIAS audit tool, but also the framework. And I look forward to hearing from others as well about their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosita. You mentioned mostly work that has been going on internally. So among colleagues sharing expertise, is there also a public platform where we as researchers, or where the broader audience can observe your actions in this field? So maybe there's a link that can be posted in the chat, maybe, or can be shared afterwards.
Yeah. It's just to, yeah, sorry to interrupt you, just to kind of reiterate that we're kind of halfway through this 3-year project, and so a lot more will be shared externally with the community. We are currently we've got this kind of internal report that we've produced, initial report on inclusive description and discovery to support staff, and also beginning to think, and we're really interested in the kind of storytelling methodology and the methodology that the DBIAS project has developed for us to start working more actively with the communities externally. And there will be more information being shared, will be shared later on, and I could share with everyone Pardat's email address, who will be able to respond to any particular questions.
Thank you so much. That would be interesting. Moving up again, I'm not just following like the panel members as they appear here on the screen. There is a plan, bear with me, but I'd like to ask a question to Kat now, who already mentioned this project that has been submitted. And you already very briefly, I know it already a bit, because you mentioned it before, like the overall structure, but then here in this respect, could you elaborate a bit more on how specifically you situate community work vis-a-vis creating more correct and respectful descriptions in the project? And I also assume the project is meant as a stepping stone towards a more structural practice within FOMU in the future. So if you could elaborate on that for a couple of minutes, thank you.
So the project that I've submitted is really the first time that we would include community work inside the collection. Of course, we've done a bit of public engagement, but the education, we've done community work already in a different manner. But there it's more about inviting and making the spaces safe within the museum. Now it's the digital space that we're trying to make safer, the catalog, the online catalog. And I should mention, yeah, we were six partners altogether within the project, but FOMU is the one leading or taking the initiative. And we're heavily looking towards how DBIAS and KADOK KU Leuven build their expertise with the communities in Belgium, because of course we're in the same historical context, in the same sphere. And we're looking at the same partners, really, I guess, for a certain extent. But the big underlying question remains: how do we invite communities not even to the museum, because I think that's a very big threshold. How do we go to the communities, perhaps? I have to say, this is all really first baby steps we're taking here. So it's very exciting, but we're relying on the Congolese Kring, Congolese Circle in Belgium. Very familiar to Jonas and Sophie. And they are our entry point into the communities. We're really working together with them as a partner in the project, hoping to build a dialogue there, and how to keep it sustainable afterwards. That's another very big question, how to keep this relationship going and flowing. I don't have clear answers for this already. Of course, we haven't started yet. The outline of the project would be from April 2025 until April 2026. So it's just 1 year to establish, to start to start this relationship with the communities and see how they interact with the material that we provide. Not sure if I'm already answering all the things you've asked, but this is the main goal of the research: how to establish methodology, participative methodology within several collections, and how to keep it sustainable, how to make it safe as well. And I'm sure it will be hopefully not violent at times, but how to really step up and make sure communities aren't that we're not just asking solutions from them, but making sure that we're the ones providing all the work. Let's say that we're doing the work and they're helping in the way that they can, making sure that they're also compensated for their work and all the questions that we have for them. So it's a difficult balance. Not sure what else I can say about it, but I'm sure there will be questions later on. So.
Exactly. Just one more question to link already a bit to perhaps the answers or the questions to Dani and Asli. As you are a museum, as you work in a museum, do you think this creates a different dynamic, or in other words, does this project is this project fueled also by feedback that you may or may not have received by visitors visiting the museum, reading descriptions, or is this mostly based on your experience as a curator, as a researcher, as a member of international networks thinking about this issue? Do you receive comments from visitors as well?
Yeah, I have to say, in 2022, we had this very large exhibition on recaptioning Congo with Sandrine Collard. And here a lot of violent photographs were shown as well. And so in an exhibition, it's different than online. In the exhibition, we could present it in a manner that the people visiting really had a physical threshold to watch or to not see violent images. And the context was given either by a guide, but also with the texts that are provided. While in an online environment, it's very difficult to guide people towards the safe areas or to safe spaces there. But it was a very difficult exhibition even then. So even if the physical thresholds or the barriers are there, it's still very, very hard to make sure it's non-violent experience for everyone. So yes, it's because we're a museum, there's both the very physical, the very the visitors are demographics that are perhaps not as diverse as we would like versus the online catalog. And right now we have to say, there's a lot of collections that we are not even publishing because we're not sure what to do with them, and they're still just under embargo, let's say, because it's not safe. And I have to say also that because we're a museum, there's a lot of faces or facades, let's say. There's the internal policies, internal workings, the internal work culture, and then there's what we aim at externally. So there's how these are working together and how they intertwine. it's interesting to see as well. So the museum organogram is changing, or the personnel is changing as well, or that's it's an aim since a couple of years, but it's still a very wide institution. So how do you deal also in internal working cultures with this with this issue? So that's a couple of points there.
Thank you, Kat. No, I think you touch upon a very crucial aspect here, and I think that is also fundamental to debias. How can an online space be a safe space by implementing specific aspects? I think that the debias project was to a large extent about it, or is about it. Dani, I'm heading back in your direction. So in the panel, we have both colleagues that work for institutions that administer collections, like Rosita and Kat. For Azli and Dani, I think it's a bit different, working with institutions. So coming in collaborations with, I assume, whether that's true or not is now the question, with different expectations, different questions, creating a different engagement. So Dani, I would like to ask you the question, how, as you entered into collaborations with partners within the debias project, were you coming with ideas, with questions that were really, I assume they were rooted in questions that live today within the community, being in Rome, like a city with an endless, so to say, an iconic city when we speak about cultural heritage and history. So I wonder, the question whether community activities are important or not is, I think, superfluous when I speak with you. But what was at stake when you first got in contact with the project? What were your questions? How do you think these questions were answered in the course of the project?
Some questions were answered. But, even during this one panel, more and more are coming up, how do you make an online space safe, which, again, as you said, was the whole point of debias. I think we are still at a point where, I mean, we don't really, just as people, as human beings, still don't know exactly how to navigate what we created with digital spaces. It's great that they exist for an infinite number of reasons, but again, like it's such and it's an overarching question in the sense that it doesn't just pertain to cultural heritage, of course, or collections. It's to do with digital citizenship. It's to do with how does an institution then project itself onto the digital? How do people think of an institution that has digitalized itself or a part of itself? So it's not just something that institutions can't. I'm not even sure that it's up to institutions to educate people on how to navigate the digital and how to use it. It's probably, I mean, not the institutions, not at least non-institutions like museums. If I'm thinking of museums specifically, there could be other places that educate people to navigate these issues. But again, going back to the question of heritage more specifically, maybe I did have questions. I did come to debias with questions because already the idea, for example, that debias landed on of deploying maybe for example, content warnings as a way of signaling and signposting harmful language. It's not something. It's something that had been in the air for a quite long time outside of the heritage community as well. So and there was no answer, no correct answer for it. Had kind of been adopted acritically in other environments, in other contexts. And I mean, to this day, I still don't have that question answered of whether it's the perfect means, it's the perfect tool, but it is a tool to start with. I don't remember whether it was, sorry, Rosita, or if it was Kat saying you have to start from somewhere. And you got to start from somewhere, and at the point where you started, it's not even so much about. I think one of the questions that came up a lot for me was not so much what do you prioritize, because I understand that that's very much an organizational concern. It's in a big infrastructure, you do have to prioritize things. I understand that they have to strategize, but the point when you come to from a non-institutional perspective is that prioritizing feels a bit restrictive. It feels like it's about channeling channeling in channels. Sorry about the play with words, but it's about channeling with yourself or your knowledge or your capacities within channels that are too tight. It feels like you're downscaling the potential of what this work is all about. Again, maybe I don't know that there's sort of a middle ground for this, but to mediate between the two necessities, the institutional ones and those of people coming from outside of them. But yeah, generally speaking, I think that the questions answered, for every question that was answered, there were more, especially with the community engagement moments that we did. We came to the communities with, with a set of questions, and then the discussion just ended up bringing about more questions and more worries, I think. So it's never ending, and I think the main takeaway is that institutions are never institutions, but also communities, honestly, are never done with the work. It's about thinking of DBIAS in this case, but really any project as an ongoing, as it started, but as soon as we've got some answers, maybe even guidelines, written down, we need to keep implementing them, and that brings about more questions. So yeah.
That's true. But as I mentioned, creating a safe space is also meant to just be able to vocalize specific questions that would otherwise not come on the table, so to speak. Danny, can you briefly, maybe I should have asked this as a first question, just in a couple of words, I know that's impossible, just introduce a querying role to the audience, because I guess many people don't exactly know what that's about, and maybe when just introducing it in a few lines can link what you do in that project and DBIAS.
It started, Querying Rome is just really a project that I decided to personally undertake as an independent curator, but also as an art historian, who'd been trained into highlighting queer themes within collections. That's an experience that I got from working at the from volunteering at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, and that I decided to apply to a context I was more familiar with, which is that of Rome. And it started out as a dissemination project, really, just sort of talking about aspects that are present in academic studies but are not so openly discussed outside of academia, whether that be in school level education or museum communication and interpretation. And then I think it was kind of more like a window onto a question that I think the Italian context had very slowly been opening up to for a long time, but always through these very independent and not so well connected or very well networked projects, and that were happening here and there across the country. Yeah, it was just a way sort of a way to shout out to people, hey, do any other projects like this exist? Yeah.
So much, Danny. I think it's a wonderful project. I hope many more years are to come. Azli, I'm sorry to end the circle of questions with you, but you have to start and end somewhere. I allow myself to link your work with your background, as you introduce yourself as coming from a migrant background, working with heritage, with film more specifically. So my question to you would be, how does your background plays a role in I'm not going to use the word prioritize again, but to make valuable connections with heritage and with heritage institutions, and doing that with communities in the Netherlands, whether it be Turkish communities or other communities with a migrant background. How do you fuel your work by connecting with migrant experiences in the Netherlands, specifically working together with cultural heritage institutions or Ola?
Thank you, Jonas. I think already a lot of interesting things have been said, so I'm going to try to sort of tie everything in a little bit. From specifically my research, when I started looking into what is there in the archives from the Turkish community, I'm working with mostly audiovisual collections because I come from a film history background. So it's a different case than a museum setting, than a library setting. So that was the first challenge, I think, because audiovisual object, I mean, there's a lot of already theory and thought being produced about decolonizing the collections, decolonizing the museum, but audiovisual object has its own specific affordances, therefore specific problems when it comes to, you know, like asking specific questions. What does it mean, you know, to work on inclusivity, but also I think it is, it posits also specific questions preservation and presentation level. So we talked about digital space being safe, but when it comes to the audiovisual object, then it is hard to always imagine a digital space, because most of the time the encounter happens in a either through a screen that is more, you know, like either a television screen or a film screen. So I have been therefore interested in more specifically, first of all, trying to find out like how does encounter with the audiovisual object happen from the community's perspective. One of the first challenges I encountered when I was trying to map out what is there in the archives from the Turkish community, there is actually a lot, but most of them remain invisible or inaccessible because of there is not enough metadata or correct metadata. So how I came across the bias is actually not only the biasing problematic terms, there's quite a lot, and usually those terms are shared across migrant communities like Allochtone, Buitenlanders, like, you know, all these like terms that are abandoned. So not only that, but also coming from more like the colonial frameworks, all those silences and absences are also a form of bias. So if we are working on debiasing, it's not only changing problematic terms with, you know, like the terms that we use today that are empowering for those communities, but also filling in those blanks from the perspective of the community. The second challenge I came across was when we talk of communities, communities are not uniform. My contact with the Turkish community has always been from the perspective of, you know, I go to 1st of May marches, I just am more politically active with the left-wing circles. So it's a limited actually exposure and limited contact, because there's also a lot of, you know, like Turkish community members that don't come into contact with those left-wing political circles. And there's a lot of different opinions, different readings of the same historical events. So then for me, the bias was a starting point in the sense that thinking about how to include maybe multiple perspectives on, you know, like one single audiovisual object, not only, of course, enriching the metadata and correcting, you know, correcting the metadata, filling in the blanks from the community perspective to empower the community's own narratives, but also really thinking further as a maybe digital interface as well, how to involve or include multiple perspectives on a single object. So now I'm working closely with Christian Olesen as well, who is more like a digital heritage scholar. And we're really actually trying to imagine how that would look like. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential that could involve multiple perspectives. And that's for me very much related to the idea of reparations and repair. It is an epistemic problem. It is not only a representation problem, but it's a problem that is very much related to the present and the future as well, in that sense, to empower the communities. I remember the bias event, for example, that I joined a workshop where we worked with a newsreel from 1970s, Polygon Journal, about the Surinamese migrants coming to the Netherlands, you know. And then we looked at first of all the description in the archive database. But later on, we were asked to write our own, you know, description of how we would describe it. We, you know, like composed of different people from different backgrounds. But then at the end of the workshop, the moderators also showed us what the community wrote in another, you know, like iteration of the workshop with the community. And there were like a lot of little details that only Surinamese community could see in that little newsreel, but also the background. Like they had a little bit more information about why there were so many migrants coming up at that point and what the problem was in Suriname. So indeed, there's like a multi-dimensional and multi-layered knowledge that exists only within the community. So I think it's impossible to do it without the community's engagement. But again, how the main challenge for me is how not to homogenize the community and how to find ways to, you know, like to find ways to include that also multivocality in the communities. Yeah, I think, did I answer your question?
And even more. Maybe one last question to you as well, Asli, and this applies to, I think, the other speakers as well. The heritage that we talk about is mostly representing these communities, not coming from these communities. Specifically when we talk about film, like working in a collection myself with a vast volume of audiovisual heritage coming from missionary colonial context, working together with community members, how complex these communities and groups are internally. But one question or one issue that is common to all of them is, how do you, as an institution, communicate about this heritage that is not their own heritage, is representing them, is important because it contains factual information, images, details, data that they have never seen before, but nevertheless, it is always representing them in a specific way. So how do you go about introducing the people that you work with to this material as a form of a, so to speak, disclaimer, or as an introductory talk that you have with them? How do you go about this? How do you go about explaining this nuance?
Is that a question to me specifically?
I would like to start with you, and then perhaps, given the fact that we have 7 minutes left and there's maybe people in the audience that have questions as well. Time is too short, but I'd like to end this with you asking this question, and maybe the others can jump in.
Okay. I think that's a I think very big challenge, and I think from the examples of communities that I'm working with, I think I can think of, there isn't a single answer to this question, depending again of how the communities, what the communities want to do with this material. Some communities want them destroyed. Some don't want them to circulate, but actually, kept only for historical purposes. Again, don't destroy them because that means a certain erasure as well of the colonial violence. And others, I think in that sense, from a researcher perspective, sympathize a bit more with Anne Stoller's idea of shifting, the focus to also the archiving, what is collected, what is recorded, and how this is itself a certain register of a certain type of violence. And that can be studied then, how not to reproduce it in the current image economies. But again, I think Danny mentioned where does the responsibility of the institutions begin and end? I think communities probably. I'm really more I incline towards giving communities the word about how they see what they want to do this with these images, because it's images of them. But that said, there's also images from the communities, and that are mostly marginalized as well in the collections. And I think it's also important to maybe more empower those, types of material, maybe at the cost of circulating those images from the colonial images. You see what I mean? It could be a matter of more curating and presenting and making more accessible, therefore more visible. And that could be one way of really empowering images from the communities themselves. I know it's very broad, but there are different cases. I think different communities have different approaches. So it's impossible to, I think, give a clear one solution.
Thank you so much. No, I think you rephrased my question more eloquently than I did. So I think looking at the time, maybe there's other panelists that want to react to this final question that we've discussed. So I give the floor to anyone who wants to jump in.
I just wanted to say very quickly that yes, it is. I also agree that it should be left down. It should be left to the communities what to do with certain images. I can only speak from the queer community point of view, and the fact that we are in a position these days to call it the queer community, to refer to it at large, is, I think, an interesting point to make every time we discuss what we do with images, what we do with heritage, who does it belong to? So the word queer never really belonged to the queer community, at least in the Anglophone world, and then all of a sudden it did, because the community reappropriated it. So I think that's one interesting example of what reclaiming something, even if it wasn't yours in the beginning, how it can function. It's not to say that it's the only approach possible, but that it is possible even when it does not seem like some piece of heritage might be appropriate to define or to represent a community, and then shows you how important the community's voice can be to define that in the to define that at last.
Exactly, Danny, thank you very much. No, you really corrected me in the sense that while heritage may not be coming from a specific community, there is always the possibility to take ownership of a specific collection or individual objects of dynamic on its own. Can be very valuable and necessary in some cases. So thank you for that final comment. I don't know, Kat or Rosita, what did you want to add something
I think
before we close up? I think you.
Yes, I'm sorry,
yeah,
I
exactly.
muted myself again. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with what was said earlier. There's so much more we need to do in order to describe all of our collections, to describe them in a way that they're more accessible. And we need more resources and new methodologies and a mix of methodologies, because there should be some flexibility in this kind of practice and understanding people and contexts and communities and their associated terminology and descriptions, because they will always evolve. And we need to definitely collaborate with the community. We want projects in every department. We don't want to prioritize. We want to kind of start somewhere, but we want to make sure everyone is doing this kind of work across the library. And for us, it's a step change. It really is about cultural change, sort of sustainable change in the organization, and learning from others. I could share the digital research email address in the chat if anyone is more interested to talk to us about how we're doing things and how we can collaborate. We'll be very interested in hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Rosita. And you already added another link to the chat.
Also, just to say that we've been really pleased on how the DBIAS project has responded to requests from the British Library to kind of come and run sessions specifically for us. So we had a talk earlier in October about what the project is delivering, particularly interested in the kind of the auditing tool, as well as the frameworks and methodologies to help us sort of test that with our collections. And we have a follow-on workshop scheduled for January to think about how we can take the tool ourselves, use the APIs, and how we can take back kind of some of the annotations that the project creates. So we're really grateful for that, sort of building capacity internally with the project.
Thank you, Rosita. Yeah, I've heard DBIAS being mentioned as an inspiration to all of you. So that was a separate question, but it was interlaced in everything that you said. So that made my job much easier. Given the fact that there is a lot of sessions still planned today, we're on time. So I propose we stay on time. And I want to invite everybody in thanking this wonderful panel for sharing their thoughts. It was a pleasure for me. And I hope to see or hear or write to you later. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we can start the second part of the DBIAS workshop with an interactive session. Corinne and Kerstin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Antoine. I'm just gonna request the slides for just a bit. to introduce you to our interactive session. We've heard quite a lot earlier about the DBIAS project, but also about all the activities that our panelists are doing in their own context and how they see this very complex topic of debiasing cultural heritage collections. And in the second part of the session, we would want to hear from you. And we're going to do this as we are in this virtual environment via an online tool. So I would like to ask everyone to go to quanda.eu, and we also put the link into the chat. And when you see the when you are on the website, you will see at the very top a button that says Join Session. And there you will be asked to enter a code. And I don't think the slide deck was updated or reloaded after we included that. So I'm going to just mention the code for you. It's 1507. And I will stop sharing my screen because we're now going to move over to my colleague Sophie, who will monitor the Quanda sessions, and so that they can hopefully also show for everyone on the screen.
Does it work, Kirsten?
I can see your screen, yes.
Yeah, fantastic.
And I think we've already got 13 people joining, if I'm understanding the numbers correctly, yes.
Excuse me. Sorry,
Yes.
this is Tom. I can only see a thing that tells me what color.
Yeah, yes, you see you see colors and you see a question is coming your way soon. No? Is that correct?
Is that okay?
Yeah.
That is perfect, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm trying to go full screen here. It's not working. I don't know exactly why. Yeah, okay. We'll give it a couple of seconds, Kirsten.
Yes.
For let's say 30 people or more can come in. And by the way, people who, I don't know, drop out or have to jump out for a minute and come back can still join the same session as long as you use that same code, 1507. And as soon as we're at 30, I will launch the first question and hand back moderation to you, Corinne and Kirsten.
Still 2 people.
Yeah, it's always good to add some excitement and some.
Okay, and just Sophie, I see there is a pop-up about the language. Confirm your language. It's okay. It's okay.
I think we now lost again a person. Okay, now it's jumping ahead. Very good. Okay, maybe let's kick it off. What do you think, Kirsten?
Yes.
Let's get started.
Let's get started. Here we go.
Okay. So this is our first question, just a very general one. Just trying to get an understanding of your own experiences, whether you ever have encountered any prejudices, stereotypes, inappropriate expressions, or images in cultural collections, and you should have 4 answer options available to you. And I think we can see things popping up, and it seems pretty obvious that at least for the people here, this is a topic that is very much in your awareness. No one has selected the no answer yet. And I think we've got a pretty even spread between the other answer options at the moment. So I think we'll just give it another minute or two to see if that changes. Now we've got equal spreadings. That's a nice picture.
But what is interesting is that there is no still, and it's very interesting to see this, and it means also that we as a community, I mean, we are there is an awareness about it. I mean, and it's very interesting to see this.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it also speaks to the experiences that we had throughout the project in the different kind of events and workshops and kind of getting togethers that we've run, where there always was kind of this this awareness and interest in the topic there already, even though we are all at very different stages on the debiasing journey, so to say. But I think let's leave this question with this very nice and equal spread and move on to the second question, please. And this is just so there's of course no kind of official answer to this, but just kind of from your own kind of experience and what you think, what would you say the percentage of publicly accessible heritage collections is that has a problem in terms of bias? Yeah, I think we're just gonna give this also a little bit more time as we see numbers popping up. I think if
it's yes, it's interesting to see that it's from 10. I think 10% till where is the maximum 91. So there is a big gap.
Excuse me, where do we enter?
You mean where do you enter the number?
A number, yeah.
Yeah, on the Quanda website, you should have a slider so you can move your dot, so to say, along the slider line from 1 to 100, and that.
Ah, yes, I see it now. Thank you.
Yeah, so what is it? The average number is really interesting because it's really close to middle, yes, 50, 60. But yes, the gap is very interesting as well because there is it's from 10 to 91. So I mean, it will be very interesting to go more in details about this. Those numbers.
Yeah, I think if we had kind of a smaller group in the audience, we probably would have done similar kind of exercises in breakout groups, and that would then also have allowed us to tell a little bit or to get a little bit more behind those numbers that and your experiences that they reflect. Because I think I agree with Corinne that it's interesting to have this relatively broad spread, even though on average we are kind of leveling in around
but
maybe
yes.
2/3, so to say.
And again, it's referring to what has been said during all the presentation of the bias and all the experience, in particular of the partners who were in contact with communities. What is also interesting is maybe also this number is related to the definition of what is bias, what can be offensive terms. So it's very interesting, to go in details, to use the wheel of bias presented by Kerstin, because this when you work with the communities, then and it's our experience, then the vision, the definition, understanding of bias and offensive terms change a lot, because then it's really a moving and evolutive understanding as well. So it will be very interesting to go deep on those numbers and on the definition of the bias, offensive terms, etc.
Yeah, I'm just seeing also the comment from Adi in the chat. Yeah, that's very true. We don't really have a complete understanding of this, and I think what Corinne just said also is something that might be coming up in the next question, because one of the things that we've also realized is that there's a broad spread in terms of how direct and blatant and in the face sometimes the bias can be, and on the other side kind of very subtle level, so to say, of and Sophia, if you could move us to the next slide, please. This is the question that looks into this, and I think we would be interested in understanding of how confident you feel to also identify subtleties of bias specifically in metadata, so in the descriptions of image collections. I think we'll just give it a little bit of time while you move your dots around.
Of course, I guess that the answer differs a lot from those of us who are already engaged in working on this topic, and the other ones, of course. Yeah, so it clears that it's very different.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's also something just to pick up on what Corinne just said with regard to the wheel of bias, which we have used in different contexts throughout the project. And I think one experience that we had is that this wheel of bias also is something that helps you to kind of get closer to the subtle bias version, so to say. So at the beginning, when you kind of look at a cultural heritage object or its description, it's very easy to kind of identify the direct biases that are kind of into your face. And then if you do another round and maybe another round and have conversations with the people who are with you at the table, specifically if you can be in the lucky situation to have input from the communities that are affected by the specific collection, you get closer to those subtleties of bias, I think.
Yes, and some key learnings from the project is that, of course, there are lists of obvious biases, let's say, or shared by communities, shared by the professionals, but it's really a work to be done with different communities and with professionals and diversity of professionals, from linguists, historian, anthropologists, etc., to understand, in fact, some biases, and because it's also very in relation with the languages, so it means with the history or culture at national level or at European levels. And what we discovered also all along the project is that sometimes one term can be offensive in one country or in one context and not in another one. So this is why it's very important to work on this also at national and European level and with local communities. And that has been a very huge work by the partners of the bias.
If I can add a quick comment. Normally when I conduct these Quander interactive sessions, I am used to asking people with extreme opinions, so a high number or a dot further away on the arrow, to maybe comment on why they picked that specific position.
Yeah, sure.
But in this case, I would be really, really interested to hear from the people who park themselves right in the middle. Because if you feel in between highly confident and not at all confident, I would be curious how you would qualify this middle position. Could be a person who has maybe worked on a very, very, very specific collection or a case of bias or a smaller project and is not that confident in different contexts, but also not experienced, not unexperienced altogether. So I found this interesting that some people really intentionally picked the midpoint on this dilemma line.
But can we technically give open the mic, give the possibility to the participants to speak here?
Yeah, I think if anyone wants to comment on their dot where they place themselves, you can either do that via the chat, or if you want to just open your mic and comment directly.
No, I don't see if someone want to.
I think there's
speak.
One comment in the chat from
I'm
us.
far above highly confident there.
Sorry, I just spoke over you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, I'm saying my dot, even though on the Q&R site, it looks like I'm squarely on the arrow on the right-hand side. It actually shows me on the screen in the, what do you call it, where the results are, as being way off the end.
Okay.
So, but it is true. I am extremely highly confident that we can do this.
That's good. That's good to know, and a positive feedback. Thank you.
I have a background in AI and so on, so it's I really am sure we can do this.
Yeah, and just wanted to know about people who are highly confident. Is it because you already worked on this with your collections, or?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
In a prototype, so.
Okay. And for the people who are not at all confident, okay, who want to.
By the way,
okay.
Can I just add one little thing there?
Yes.
There are people who will introduce, there are bad actors who will introduce biases, and they're getting better and better at being subtle about it. So it's an ongoing situation. It's not something that we will have a final solution and that'll be that. Okay. It will be like in the same way as we deal with various fraud things on the internet. So it's something that we'll have to keep going at and keep modifying, just like with viruses. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
It's not something that will have a definitive end to it. It's something we'll just have to deal with all the time. So but I think we can get better and better at identifying it and identifying it automatically. That's really it.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I think that's a valid point that you made at the very end, that this is something that is a continuous process and not one that has a definite end. And I think that's also something that in general we see in basically anything digital, because there are also kind of, technology is advancing day by day, and new things are coming in, as you said, in terms of also the intended and malicious introduction of new biases. So yeah.
Now,
I see
don't get me wrong,
sorry,
cultural heritage in itself is something that never stops. It is constantly being created as we speak, so we live in a very dynamic system. Okay. And we're dealing with very dynamic content bases. So, it always will be a situation where we're constantly working to address something new. Okay. in whatever
Yeah,
way we're talking
yes.
about, whether it's technical or whether it's, in terms of bias, whether it's in terms of actual content and how we treat it and how we look at it, because our viewpoints and our social viewpoints are changing all the time as well. So anyway, sorry, I'll shut up now.
No, sure, but you're fully right. I mean, it's also very in relation with the evolution of the society and the way the society evolved in terms of inclusion, of paying attention to the others, etc. And it's also, as we can see from Kira comments on the chat, it's really also a question of a political decision from an institutions, and also how is it supported by the national level or the European level. I mean, it's not only technical, but it's really in relation with vision and values, I think, of the role of culture. So, and it can be sometimes very sensitive. This is why working with communities sometimes means working with different groups of the same communities. So this is very delicate, as we say in France. In French. Maybe we can move to the next question.
Yeah, let's move to the next question. And this is a question about where in the collection specifically you think most problems are situated. And you have the possibility again to kind of move your dot along kind of the X or the Y axis. So looking at, is it in the metadata, in the descriptions? Is it in the imagery? So kind of in the object itself, specifically if we are talking about digitized material that we visit online. Is it about really appropriate terms being part of the descriptions, or is it more about kind of things that are left out or where we lack context in order to describe it appropriately? And I think as more dots are appearing, one thing that we can say it's that there are currently more dots on the metadata side than on the image side. And I think that's also kind of reflecting the focus that DBIAS, at least at the moment, took. So we are concentrating on the descriptions, on the metadata in our analysis. But I think on the other hand, we also have to say that in evaluating the tools, so one of the activities that we've are currently still doing and processing, we also saw that there are quite a lot of kind of interlinkages between the descriptions and the objects and the images, and sometimes the bias might only become obvious when you put both of them together. And then I think on the y-axis, it seems a relatively even spread between inappropriate terms and lack of context. And I think that also is something that we found in our engagement with the communities. So I think we had essentially both situations represented, where just the language was not correct or not correct anymore in terms of how the descriptions were phrased, but also just kind of a lot of lack of context. I think it was Asli earlier who mentioned her experience in one of the workshops where essentially it was only kind of information and knowledge that the community members had, which kind of helped them to get to a more appropriate description of things.
Yes, because the approach of the project was not to remove the terms, but to put it into context, because in historical point of view, it's important to have this I mean, this knowledge, this traceability of the terms and evolution of the terms.
May I jump in?
Sure.
That said, I completely agree. That said, we also sometimes see lack of context being used as a legitimation to continue using problematic terms. So that's why I was a bit careful to put it a bit high or a bit low. I think it's important to see also that dynamic at play as well. Context is always very important, but it shouldn't come, I think, at the cost of correcting or debiasing the terms used in the problematic terms. I hope, yeah.
You mean that this context could be used, in fact, as an argument? I mean, the lack of context.
Yeah.
To keep the bias, in fact. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So back then, that was an acceptable term. So then so if you contextualize it, then you can still continue using that. You don't have to replace that term with its contextualizing can sometimes have an adverse effect in getting rid of the bias. Does that make sense?
Yes, but in the project, maybe Sophie or Kerstin, you can more speak about it. But there is there is this question of putting into a context and identify a better description. I mean, that can be used, suggesting, in fact, other description. So it's not only putting context like this, but trying to identify another. The good, let's say, the acceptable, not offensive term to be used.
Yeah, but if I may jump in, but this is not possible in many cases. So that sometimes a word is just contentious and there's no way to describe it differently. But sometimes when it works, we have also suggestions for alternative terms.
And my comment was not about what the Bias Project is doing, but in some cultural discourse, sometimes this context is activated to argue that we have to keep those terms. Just
from a historical perspective, being true to historicity, and that's an argument we hear often, and we have this discussion also in our group. But the fact that we are not working with data at source, so for us, that's the only way to work with terms. We can only contextualize them. There is no way to remove or use different terms because, as I said, we are aggregators, most of us. We are not working with data at source. But of course, I think the idea is, and that's our one of our main goals, that institutions take this up, and when they catalog data anew, that they use better terms, more appropriate terms.
Maybe we can move to the next question.
Yep. So this is kind of an open question or a half open question, so to say, where you can either put in your own feedback or you can already vote on some of the suggested terms that are, of course, coming from the project background. But I think we would also be interested in getting any additional submissions. And as usual with these kind of word clouds, the size of the terms showing up indicates kind of how often they've been voted on. So I think we'll just give that a little bit to see. Yeah. All of the aspects mentioned. Yeah, definitely a good point. I think that's also something that we've seen in the project, that it's essentially a mix of things and approaches that you will have to employ.
Yes, very much appreciating here the nuance brought by the humane AI tools. It's not only about having tools and processes that have still a human somewhere in the loop, but also AI that is really tuned to the human history topics that we're dealing with in cultural heritage. So here is some work, I believe, for the sector to be done to make sure that AI is trained also on the right data, the data that make solutions really fit for these struggles that we are facing. In any case, the community feedback is quite a huge topic here, so that's clearly a focal point that we do share here in this group. But I'm surprised also with the importance adhered to staff training. Of course, it is key, so no organization will be able to implement a successful holistic debiasing strategy if the staff is not on board of why this is important and how it can be achieved. So very much appreciating that this impression is shared by the participants here.
I mean, it would be interesting to know about staff training. What do all of us do you mean? Is it staff training related to engaging with communities or on the use of artificial intelligence tools, or is it about training about the topic itself of biases? And it would be interesting to know, is it about technical training techniques or more in general with the community engagements, etc.? Yeah. Okay.
I also like that some people really suggested to just get things going. So the reference to the case studies as well as establishing a community of practice, that really refers to a hands-on approach where, yeah, in some cases it is so complex. We heard Kat Somers say earlier that they're taking baby steps. They're even taking these steps at a photo museum while realizing that maybe their plan is not perfect or maybe there will be barriers along the way. But I think it's also so important to get some initiatives on the road, right? That's a key part of our learning process as a sector when it comes to dealing with highly sensitive and complex matters like bias in collections.
Yeah, and also from your answer that it seems also that and we do believe this, but it would be very important having a place for the institutions, the professionals to exchange. I mean, all along the process, all together. We've seen some working groups in different countries and some institutions grouping together and deciding, working together on this topic of identifying bias. And it's also an important element to be able to exchange together between the professionals about I mean, the challenges or the barriers or the different solutions, etc. On this topic, and maybe we miss a community, community working on this between the professionals and be able to exchange together all along the process.
This is something we maybe could consider, Corinne, in the context of Europeana and the data space.
Yes.
Where, already 7 communities have been established over the past couple of years.
Yes, the inclusion one with Kerstin.
Yes. Yeah, the inclusion one is actually a great one to maybe establish a working group or something, bringing together different actors within the sector, within the ecosystem, to further reflect on these topics. Yeah, good idea.
Yes, Sophie, we already had this working group before we started the DeBias project. I think it was also the insights and the recommendations of this working group of aggregators to then say, okay, that are the issues we have identified, but we would need, let's say, some sort of tool that would allow us to do that on a large scale.
Yeah, but clearly, Kirsten, the project has demonstrated right back to us that this is a work that could easily be continued. So,
definitely.
Indeed, like our participant Tom mentioned earlier, this is not going to stop. This is a very dynamic field of investigation, changing practices and experiences. So maybe it's worth revisiting that idea beyond the lifetime of the DeBias project.
Yeah, definitely.
And clearly, between the different pillars, mixing the aggregators and the research communities and tech communities and the ENA itself. So, I mean, it's very interesting to see that how this topic is so trans-sectorial. I mean, and trans-domain, and it's really, very important.
Yes, excuse me, Corinne, I switched to the next question because the word cloud kind of wrapped itself up when we reached 94 terms. So I hope that my visual presentation of this session afterwards will still show us that huge cloud, because that was inspiring. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed also for the additional comments and the links that you are sharing in the chat. So we've now moved on to a question that we kind of touched on already previously in the conversations, and just kind of trying to get a little bit of a picture of what you think would be your recommended way or your preferred way to deal with contentious terms in metadata.
Of course, the tricky thing here is, Kirsten, that we are asking this question quite straightforward, while most of the cases of bias will ask for or require or demand even a combined approach. So also having listened to Asli and her, very nuanced considerations, I could imagine that we are now putting her before a dilemma in having to choose between replacing and contextualizing.
Yeah, definitely. And I've also already seen according comments popping up. So yeah. Yes, please, Tom.
Yeah, I agree with the last comment. It was it's very important. It's not a one or the other situation. I mean, I think what we have to do is identify potential biases, identify contentious terms altogether, and then flag them, contextualize them, and give people the option of what they want to do about it. Because in the end, it all comes back to people. No AI is going to, ever basically be as emotionally responsive as a person is, right? So.
But you mean with adding some suggestions, or you would leave it to the content, let's say, content owner?
I think it's
tricky question.
One of the area that I'm particularly interested in here is it might be a little bit off to one side here, but it's to do with having people involved in content, and basically being able for curators to have the ability to generate, how can I put it, immersive experiences for the public or for anyone who's interested in the content, And from there, you have a situation where people can react. So people are involved. They're not viewers anymore. They're participants, right? I think this is the future of probably, certainly of many forms of communication, right? So, and that will, but it's important to contextualize things for people. If you, this is one of the things we were talking about earlier, is we are in a situation where we are human beings. We live in a dynamic social situation where, 50 years ago, people did not think things were a problem in the way we do today, right? And that will continue to be the case. We will change over time, all the time. I do not want to destroy records. That's one of the things we should never do. But we have to look at what is acceptable, what is not acceptable today, and then we contextualize it within the norms that we are looking at. But people need to be made aware of this, that at this particular time, people spoke like this.
Yeah, the historicity is very important. I mean, it's really very important.
Because otherwise we're distorting history,
Yes.
And we can't do that. So we have to have a situation where it is up to, I think there's actually an educational and very valuable part to this, which is for people to see how things were, and how things were expressed by other people at other times, and be able to say, well, this was really unacceptable and this was horrible, or this was absolutely brilliant, and why don't we do this again now, this sort of stuff. So it all depends on, I'm not saying everything is dependent on viewpoint, because there are, humanitarian norms which we do not want to make banal or commonplace. But what we want to do is to contextualize whatever the participant is experiencing. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. And it's really very important also, because if we think about the students or the young generations and during when they are at school or university, whatever, they're looking for some collections, and it's important that they have some flags, alert on collections. Otherwise, yes, they can have false informations, or they can, I think it's really very important also when we think about the young generations going on collections for different purposes, for their studies, etc. I think it's really important to help them also to get awareness about all those issues and have proper information. Otherwise, they can find terms and think it's normal, So I think it's very important for also civic purposes.
Yeah, exactly. It's extremely important, and we're in a world where everybody can access everything all the time, and much of what is being accessed is being curated by not necessarily who we want it to be curated by, but we don't have a choice anymore, right? There's we have a situation where anybody can curate anything on the internet, and what we need to be able to do is, with the collections we are talking about, being able to hopefully prevent them being badly used, but also to somehow build into them ways of debunking bad actors. That's really what I'm thinking of. Right?
Can I ask a question, actually, to the bias group?
Yes, please.
In one of the earlier presentations of this project that I attended, I think 2 years ago, there was an idea to mask problematic terms, not necessarily erase them, but to sort of like mask them like sensitive content, and then the replaced the new term would be on top. But if any researcher or a student, someone interested in how it was originally, described, or the original title with the problematic term, then they would just click and then it would show up. So I think I thought it was a really brilliant solution to tackle this dynamic or this dilemma of we don't want to erase, because that means erasing a certain historic violence from history. We don't want that. That should be there because there's a reason these terms were used. Otherwise, we're whitewashing all the, like colonial violence and epistemic violence. So of course, they should be there and they should be contextualized. But the real dilemma is, are we reproducing them or recirculating them by continuing using them or continuing, their existence in a way? Or how do we tackle the problem? Like, how do we make sure that these problematic terms do not continue circulating? Like, we don't reproduce, we don't participate in the reproduction of that discourse today.
Can I?
And that's our responsibility.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, like, what is that still an idea to use that layering? Because I thought it was also like a beautiful approach and solution to this dilemma. So that's my question to the
Can
team.
I come in on this just for a sec? There's a a lot of work being done in this area, and there's a very interesting case study of an exhibit which actually addressed something of what you just said. It's called Congo VR. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's a research project under the auspices of FilmEU, done between colleges or researchers in Belgium,
at the
Ireland.
Leuven University, Tom, we are indeed a partner in this project. Yes, and exploring actually whether we can build a follow-up project to the Congo VR. So thank you very much for mentioning it.
I think it's a very, very important project, and the whole idea of it is to reproduce. So in terms of reproduction of using content, I just tried to explain. Maybe I'm not the best person to explain this, but I'll just try it, and please correct me if I'm making mistakes here. But what they did was they took an exhibition, a part of the Great Exhibition of 1913, and reproduced it in virtual reality. Now, in its original, it was in a rotunda pavilion where, it was 1913 version of a surround experience where there was a painting
a panorama or a panopticon, I believe, as it was called. Yes.
Yeah, the Panorama du Congo. Yeah. So it was, but it was very, very. It was commissioned for colonial purposes, and its whole, what I could say, the intent of the authorities was propaganda in favor of colonialism. However, the artists themselves went on site. They did very interesting work in researching it, and what they reproduced was the way it was presented in the pavilion was definitely propaganda. But the artists, there were clues in the painting itself that belied some of that propaganda. Now, some of the people who were at the time working or visiting the Congo, whether they were missionaries or whether they were health workers or they were there for humanitarian reasons in other ways, were reporting very different information about what was going on there. So what this project did was it decided to represent the original exhibition in a virtual reality context, but at the same time inform it and contextualize it with contributions from Congolese artists today, people who were descendants of people who were there at the time. Some, I believe, there are even some contributions by people who were alive at the time. So, and what it does is it actually the whole intent here is to decolonialize or depropagandize, if you like, this exhibition. So it was a very interesting approach to, looking at bias in our cultural heritage. That's all I wanted to say. Please, Sophie, you are probably much more expert in this than I. But please.
No, thank you, Tom. I think you described it eloquently and very vividly. I can maybe only add also for ASLI, even though it doesn't exactly represent the use case on which you were asking for our response. But the Congo VR is also interesting because it allowed for users or participants in the immersive experience, so in the metaverse, as it were, to add their own embodied annotation. So you could actually, in the metaverse, interact with this huge panorama by adding notes to it, or adding your personal viewpoints, or even draw on the drawings. I mean, it was a layered dialogue with different stakeholder groups to that work of art. And I agree with you, ASLI, if we could have achieved this also in terms of metadata, kind of layering it with meanings that reflect different perspectives and viewpoints, that would have been absolutely brilliant. I'm afraid that this 2-year project didn't quite get us to that point. That would be would have been amazing. Yeah, it would have taken much longer. But as we are putting pieces of the puzzle together, projects like DBias, like Congo VR, and similar initiatives, I think we are accelerating the pace with which, and the subtlety with which, we are addressing these matters, and that should be something that leaves us in the end quite hopeful and ambitious, as Tom said. It's a problem that won't ever be truly solved, but there is a lot that we can do.
Life will never truly ever be solved. We just have to keep on living.
Maybe also to add to Kerstin's answer to ASLI. So we also presented the way how we would like to flag and present the flagged terms on Europeana to the advisory board, and they were also very much in favor for the solution that we have chosen. But in fact, going a bit further, as Tom and Sophie described with the Congo VR project, that would be, of course, great. If we can come up with a follow-up project, we can tackle all these open questions and improvements.
Yeah, you dropped out there at the end a little bit, Kerstin, but I think we got the gist of it. Maybe Tom or Sophie, if you have a link that you can share with everyone in the chat about the Congo VR project, that would be nice. Otherwise, I would suggest we move on to the next question, because that looks specifically at this question of how could we design an inclusive user interface? I think
wait a minute.
Skipping one question.
Yes, let me browse a little bit, Kerstin, because we had one specifically about the interface. It's this one that asks for a kind of a different interaction from our participants. So we will first ask you to go and write down one or more ideas for inclusive user interfaces that allow better access to, or that somehow curate or guide access to sensitive collections. Afterwards, you can send these post-its to this node board. You can place them at a specific spot in the node board, and then our moderators will pick one or more out that we can discuss among us. And as you send or share your post-it post-its with us, we will see the number at the bottom of the screen. In the middle, we will see it grow. So far, I see no posts yet. I hope the writing is not too cumbersome for you. Can sometimes be a bit tricky on small phone screens, but a few words are enough, so we can take the discussion from there on.
We don't see your screen no more.
Yeah, we do.
Ah, okay, it's me. It's my computer, sorry.
And the first note is in. Thank you for that. Yes, if anyone else is having problems seeing my screen or interacting with the post-its, please jump in or throw your hand in the air. We are here to assist. Maybe awaiting a couple of more post-its. It would be interesting, Kirsten, if I can question you maybe for a moment, to revisit our experiences in dBias, looking for solutions for the user interface. Because if I can speak from a personal point of view, this was definitely something I underestimated. It has its own intricacies in terms of design, in terms of expected user interactions, in terms also of really respectfully opening a door towards raising awareness, inspiring dialogues, and so on, but not alarming or alerting users from actually going into the metadata and exploring the issue. How do you remember our early work in this?
Yeah, I think we, as you said, have jumped around a bit in terms of getting our heads around this question. And I think there, of course, were kind of things like, should there be kind of a general disclaimer or content warning displayed on the page? On which page would that show? Does that show on the general entry page? I know that, for example, in the context of the national aggregator in Australia, Trove, they have a content warning directly when you enter their homepage. But there, of course, are also other kind of solutions out there where that only kind of specifically popping up in the cases where it applies. I think we also had different kind of variations of what Kerstin showed earlier on her slides with regard to how obvious we should make kind of the dBias logo that indicates that there is something that you can kind of then click on and get more information about. So should that be kind of using the colors of the dBias logo? We have now kind of decided for a more subtle version to also not kind of interfere more generally with the user interface. And I think that's probably the trickiest thing from my memory that we had in these conversations, that we, on the one hand, of course, wanted to have that extension and have that possibility for users to become aware of the problematic aspects around certain terminology and to learn more about it, and to hopefully then also kind of be proposed with alternative terms that they can use in their own language, but also for searching and kind of reusing the materials. And on the other hand, having an already established user interface that fulfills so many other functionalities. So kind of balancing these two, I think, was also a tricky thing for us.
In the meantime, thank you all very much for sending quite an impressive amount of post-its to the screen. I also opened now the option for you to place them somewhere on this board. I want to apologize to the person with this blue post-it because I took the liberty already to group it together with another post-it that kind of expressed exactly the same idea. And if I may, I will also cluster this one. All are about the content warnings to be, you know, clearly defined, specific as possible, and depending upon specific types of bias retrieved in collections or connected to items. So that is a very, very clear group of recommendations. Let us see what we can take from this board as well. Best practices and frequently asked questions. I think that's a very good one that we've seen in quite a few similar projects. They present some of their findings, recommendations, and decision-making processes in such an explanatory section of the website. I wholeheartedly agree that this also helps to give context to whatever interaction there might have been with historical materials. I will kind of also try to, that's not really opening. Okay, normally I should be able to open this post-it because I see a couple of mentions of contextualization. So in different respects with maybe even feedback options, linking to external resources that could all go under adding layers of meaning and context. Thank you for that. Allowing multiple narratives, exactly.
But I think the one that is currently kind of, at least on my screen, has a red around it. Notes fields to provide context as action has been or might be taken. I think that's also an important one, and I think that also kind of relates back to things that we were discussing, that in terms of kind of raising awareness and being transparent about what we do, that is also an important point, I think. So if you decide to kind of replace a certain term with another term, it might still be worth kind of either at least internally, but maybe also externally, speak about that. And kind of explain why you have removed terms, because I think that's another way to contextualize. So there's one way to contextualize by keeping the term in there and providing additional information around it and alternatives. But there might also be the possibility to contextualize to say, okay, we have removed the term here because it was not appropriate anymore. It was kind of contentious. It was harmful. And therefore, we are now using more appropriate language without necessarily kind of mentioning the term. So I think that's maybe kind of also a balance in this.
Thank you very much. May I remind our participants to place also their final post-its somewhere on the board so that we don't miss out any of your ideas, which clearly are providing food for thought. So thank you so much. This is extremely useful, not only for this project, but also for all the neighboring projects that are happening right here, right now, by different organizations in different ecosystems, which perhaps indeed should go on to form a community of practice. Kirsten, tell me when you think you'd like to move on.
I was just checking the time, and I think so. We've got two questions around the use of AI in bias detection, and I think in the interest of time, I think these two should be the two last questions that we do, because also then allow us to talk a little about the answers that we see, and it binds this back to the overall topic of today. So this first question is, in terms of just how appropriate do you think the use of AI is in bias detection? I mean, we talked about this dilemma that on the one hand, of course, we need the technical support for going through big collections like Rosita was talking about earlier, in terms of the British Library and this huge amount of data that they would have to go through. On the other hand, we've said already that this always needs to be balanced with human input. So yeah, just interested to see how this question pans out and where we end up.
Again, we are provoking, of course, a little bit our participants, since, yeah, you might have a combination of opinions on the matter, and we are asking you to position yourself in a very specific scenario. In the end, it's a discussion tool. We do want to provoke a little bit the conversation with you all.
I think there's still responses coming in, but in general, the picture, at least in this situation where you have to decide for one thing specifically as your reply, seems relatively obvious, that there needs to be a balance between the support from the AI and the human oversight input in the loop, whichever variations it might take in a specific context.
Yeah, knowing that artificial intelligence is trained with what human give for food, let's say. So
I think that's the other thing, and I think that's also something that we have realized more and more now that we are kind of closing in and kind of putting all the puzzle pieces in the project together and working really with a tool that, of course, the tool can only be as good in identifying the bias in as good as the essentially kind of contentious issue descriptions are that we have included in the vocabulary. So we need to be specifically in context where a term can be used in an appropriate and in an inappropriate way, so to say, depending on where it is used or for what it is used. You need to be really specific in how you describe that so that the tool can identify it correctly. And I think that's just been also a learning curve for us, and hopefully we'll be in a position to kind of continue that work in one way or another.
I'm happy and maybe at the same time almost surprised to see that overall, looking at the different answers we provided and the choices that our participants made, that there is this overall positive attitude towards employing AI to support the sector in scaling up and speeding up, maybe even its efforts to debias collections and to debias the cultural experience at large. So I think this is encouraging, and I hope that many who chose such a quite positive answer are in and of themselves either involved in or contributing to or thinking of a project involving AI themselves. Shall I move to the final question, Kirsty?
Yes, please. And I think this kind of ties in nicely with your last comment, Sophie. This question of supporting the broader sector to take up on this, and I think we know that we of course all would be interested and want to do things like this, but we also are aware of the circumstance that there might be reasons why we can't move as fast as we would like. And so this is just kind of trying to get an understanding of what you think the biggest challenge in implementing AI is, specifically as one of the kind of, let's say, newer tools in the digital toolbox might be.
Yes, with the results, we see this concern about a very, let's say, customized tool regarding the context and the national or the local context. And I think the needs from collaboration with also people, experts external from the institutions we are working in. I mean, because we need collaboration with researchers and experts on history, cultural heritage, art history, representations, etc. All the humanities, in fact, also. Because this question of misinterpreting cultural context, I think, Sophie, Kerstin, you faced it. We faced it. Yes, it's a very big challenge.
And not even the project experience can fully take those concerns away. In fact, as Kerstin said, the deeper we are diving into it and the closer we're getting to actually putting AI-powered solutions into action, the more we realize where, not even the obvious obstacles, but even the little hidden snakes under the grass lie. So I come back again to what Tom said earlier. We're not going to solve this any day soon, but we're going to get better all the time in fine-tuning solutions to even very, very complex use cases. The only thing is we have to start somewhere. And so this resistance or fear or concerns paralyzing in a way the wider uptake of AI, it's also not particularly helpful. So let's also keep on investing time, effort, and funding in pilots and in prototypes that show what can and cannot yet be done.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a nice also sentence to end this session on, more or less ending it. So if I could ask Sophie to stop sharing your screen. Thank you very much for leading us through this session, and also thank you everyone for your comments and your inputs. As Sophie said, we're going to collate that in a nice way, and I'm sure the colleagues at Europeana Foundation can maybe also share that with everyone when we share the recordings and other materials from this session. If we could have the slide deck back again, that would be great, I think, because there's one more slide that we wanted to show you. This is just kind of the next steps or the things that we still have on our plate until the end of the year, until the end of the project. The first thing that I wanted to highlight, and I'm going to put this also into the chat, is that we've just this morning added a few more things to our project website in terms of what you can find there with regard to resources. So this first one is a set of recommendations that we have created based on all the insights that we have gathered through the different activities. It's not kind of set in stone and like we would say, this is what you have to do and then everything will be fine. But it's just kind of, a summary essentially from our experiences and what we would like to kind of provide you with as an inspiration, so to say, with regard to what the things are that you might want to think about if you're embarking on the debiasing journey in your own contexts. And then thanks to Georgia for posting the general link to the project page. So There is more available on there, so the blog posts, there will be more capacity building materials coming up. You will also find our public deliverables there. So if you're interested in getting a little bit more of a detail input from the project, that is all, so to say, our knowledge hub where you can access all of that. In terms of other activities, so that was already mentioned, we are still doing some final validation and evaluation events at the moment, which will lead into final adjustments for the tool before we will publish that as well as a standalone version. That's the one that Kerstin mentioned earlier at the very beginning, but it will also be then included into the Europeana workflow. So anyone of you who might be working for an institution that provides data to Europeana might be in a position in a few months to actually have that applied also to your collections. And the vocabulary will be available as a knowledge graph via Workbench, but also as a PDF document for anyone who is interested. And with this, we are at the end of the session. Thank you very much again to all the speakers, to the moderators, to the panelists, and to all of you for your participation. And I hope you will be joining us also for the afternoon session, where we'll learn more about AI for Culture and their platform, and also have another interesting panel coming up generally on the use of AI. Thank you very much. And I think now I'm probably handing over to Antoine as the host for the day for the admin and next steps.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kerstin. And I do not have much to do because you've already announced the next sessions for the day. So that's great. We are going to reconvene at 1:30. Yeah. We have a short lunch break. So I would also like to thank again all the DBIAS team for all the work on organizing this workshop. And yeah, looking forward to talking with you this afternoon. I do have one little point. If you have to leave after this morning and will not rejoin this afternoon, then please fill up the satisfaction survey. So that's it for the moment. Enjoy the lunch and see you at 1:30. Welcome back to the fourth day of the Europeana Project Week on AI. So it is 1:30, and it is the time of a session presenting the results of the AI Culture Project by Eirini Kaldeli from the National Technical University of Athens. Eirini, if you are around.
Yes, I'm here.
The floor is yours. Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see you in the first participants in the list. So, the floor is yours.
Thanks for the introduction, Antoine, and thanks for inviting me to present the AI for Culture project today. So, again, I'm Eirini. I'm an associate researcher at the National Technical University of Athens, and I will lead the session dedicated to the AI for Culture project. Let me first synchronize so that I can get remote control on the yeah, works. So during the session, I will start by providing a short overview of the project, and then we will navigate together through the AI for Culture platform that has been developed as part of the project, and I will kindly ask you to provide your feedback on a mirror board that we have prepared. So let me start with the presentation. So the project is co-funded by the European Commission under the Digital Europe program. It started in April 2023 and will complete its work in March. Its consortium involved 12 partners from 6 different European countries, bringing together technical partners with expertise in different AI technologies, with actors from the culture, heritage, and digital humanities sectors, including the Europeana Foundation. The overarching objective of AI for Culture is the development of an online open platform meant to act as an online capacity building hub for the application of artificial intelligence technologies in the culture heritage sector. It is a platform that offers access to a rich and diverse pool of AI-related resources, including tools, data sets, and upskilling material from the angle of the culture heritage community. The main motivation behind the platform is to contribute to overcoming a number of barriers that we believe hinder the broader use of AI technologies in the culture heritage sector. Barriers that are both technical and knowledge related. And we'll have the opportunity to discuss such obstacles in more depth in the upcoming panel discussion that will take place directly after the AI for Culture section. But I would like to very briefly mention the main obstacles that the AI for Culture platform seeks to contribute to addressing them. The first barrier that the project considers has to do with the fact that despite the abundance of available AI tools, both commercial and open source, information targeted to the specific needs of the culture heritage sector is still limited or scattered, something that makes it difficult for culture heritage professionals, researchers, and so on to find the tools that is fit for their task. The second barrier has to do with drawbacks of existing tools, because on one hand, we have general purpose tools that do not take sufficiently into consideration the needs of the culture heritage sector. And on the other, we have tools developed in the context of one-off culture heritage dedicated projects, which, however, are often characterized by limited reusability or limited documentation. And an important drawback that constitutes a barrier in itself concerns the complexity of interconnecting AI tools with other digital components, and especially with platform and tools that are broadly used by cultural heritage organizations in their daily workflows for the aggregation, management, and publication of their collections. Another challenge that we consider has to do with the need for open corpora that can be used for the training of AI tools so that they can learn the particularities of the domain. And again, we will discuss this further, I think, in the upcoming panel discussion. And a last barrier that I wanted to mention has to do with the skepticism about the spread of AI technologies and the ethical concerns it raises, well-justified skepticism, I would say. So in this respect, we need examples of good practice, of trustworthy and ethical applications of AI in the sector that demonstrate clear benefits. The platform provides open access to 3 main types of resources. Firstly, a set of reusable AI tools that can be locally deployed or are offered as services. Secondly, open label data sets that can be used to train and adapt AI models. And thirdly, various types of upskilling material, which can support culture heritage organizations in improving their knowledge and in practically applying AI technologies in their own context. Okay, sorry, I was too fast. So the AI for Culture platform currently registers more than 70 tools, which can be categorized across 3 main types. Tools offered by the AI for Culture technical providers, tools selected, curated, and documented by the consortium, and tools contributed by external users of the platform, because the platform gives the opportunity to its users to register their own tools. Sorry, I'm probably, okay, sorry, I wanted to be here. Yeah, so tools offered by the AI for Culture Consortium are guaranteed to be interoperable with the data space, the common data space for culture heritage. And those tools are offered both as deployable software packages in the form of Docker containers, as well as open online services for any interested stakeholder to use. And the AI for Culture provided tools and associated upskilling material covers 6 representative user scenarios of interest to the culture heritage domain. First, multilingual text recognition and scanned documents, multilingual subtitles generation and validation, machine translation for culture heritage metadata, semantic linking in textual metadata descriptions, image analysis tools for object and color detection, and crowdsourcing for enriching culture heritage metadata and for validating the results of AI tools. As I've already mentioned, we have also selected and appropriately documented more than 50 existing tools offered by various providers. Sorry, I lost my, and those have been documented with respect to various parameters that we think are of interest to the community. For example, the type of culture heritage tasks it facilitates, examples of applications, the skills required to make use of a tool, its intended audience, its quality of documentation, and in general, lots of associated information. So far, we have also 9 tools contributed, 8 tools contributed by end users of the platform. Also, the platform offers access to a collection of open data sets, which includes human validated and annotated data sets pertinent to several culture heritage related tasks, including the tasks considered by the AI for Culture project, which I mentioned earlier, as well as some data sets, again, contributed by end users of the platform. Upskilling material comes in different formats, and the dedicated section in the platform covers both technical aspects such as detailed instructions for deployments, API documentation and wikis aimed at users with advanced IT skills, as well as resources addressed to culture heritage professionals with lower IT proficiency levels. For example, video tutorials, workshop recordings, interviews, etc. And we also have organized 5 online workshops with hands-on sessions that aim to present and explain the tools offered by the AI for Culture Consortium. And we're also planning a hackathon to take place in February 2025 and a conference on the application of AI tools in the field of culture heritage to take place in March 2025. We have also recently created a 4th category of resources, which we call recipes. A recipe is a structure that provides step-by-step instructions about how to use and combine different tools to solve complex tasks. And we believe that this type of resource structure can be very useful, since the solution of most problems encountered by culture heritage organizations requires a combination of tools, and users are in need of concrete practical instructions about how to make use of the appropriate features offered by different tools. And now I would like to demonstrate to you, I would like to share my screen and demonstrate the AI for Culture platform, its main functionalities and sections. And then I would like to invite you, I can share also the link on the chat, to invite you to write some feedback on a Miro board that we have prepared. Can I share my platform? Do I have this opportunity? My screen, sorry.
I suppose so.
Yeah, now I see it. Yeah, great. So let me share my screen and let's go. I would like first to share with you sorry. The AI for Culture platform. So if you do not sign in into the platform, you can still make use of all its functionalities except for the possibility to register your own tools and to comment on existing tools. So if you want to gain access to those functionalities, then you have to register to the platform. I'm just going to sign in via my email. So you will see these 4 types of tools, resources that I already mentioned in my presentations: the tools, datasets, and upskilling material and recipes. And let's see how you can explore the tools. There is an advanced search section that appears on the left that allows you to filter tools based on different parameters. For example, let's say I'm looking for tools that are about image feature extraction, image stigmatization, and object recognition, and either provided by AI for Culture or by other providers. And that can help me with that have been used to facilitate tasks such as metadata enrichment, collection management and search, and content quality improvement. And of course, in this case, okay, obviously the relevant data category is image. They are tools that deal with images. And also there is a filter considering language for tools that offer multilingual capabilities, for example, in the case of machine translation or of multilingual subtitle generation, as we have seen, or multilingual OCR. Language is an important parameter. You will see the banner indicating which tools are provided by the AI for Culture Consortium and which not. And then by clicking on each of the tools, you can see more information and also see whether there are any other resources in the platform associated to this resource. For example, for this tool, there is a dedicated interview that presents it. Dedicated video tutorial about how to make use of this tool, and other types of resources associated to this. Similar data sets are presented via similar types, but also different types of information that are relevant to describing data sets, and information about the licenses. That also is important information for the tools. And again, you can gain access to supplementary resources that offer more information about the respective resource. What's probably worth describing in more, providing an example of a recipe, it's probably worth it. So this is, for example, how a recipe looks like. It's a multi-step structure that describes how you can combine different tools, different upskilling material in order to complete a more complex task. In many cases, there are video embedded. For example, let's see, this recipe. Video tutorials embedded, and there are links to the relevant tools and resources that are necessary for fulfilling the instructions at each step. So, for example, this recipe is about how to combine different tools to analyze your textual metadata in order to produce semantic enrichments of metadata. Also, if you're registered in the platform, you can go and into your resources, AI resources dashboard, and follow the instructions to register new tools or data sets or types of upskilling material that you think may be helpful also for others. And there is a specific form that you have to fill in. I won't go into more details because first I would like to leave some time for questions, and then I would like to leave you to play a little bit alone with the platform, and so as to have some time also to write your feedback on the Miro board. Oh, I don't know whether there are any questions already. No? Then probably I can present the structure of the Miro board and guide you through the various types of information which we would really appreciate from your side. First, we would like to know what kind of problems you're currently struggling with, kind of problems that you think AI technologies might be able to support and facilitate. This will be useful information for us so as to guide our the population of the platform with material that is relevant to the needs of the sector. After you take some time to navigate through the platform, we would like to know what you mostly appreciate about it. So what kind of resource you find the most useful, what kind of functionality or general the objective served by the platform you find the most useful. And then the third question is about the desired types of resources and information. What kind of resources would you like to be able to find on the platform? For example, particular formats for upskilling materials, what kind of tools you're looking for, and what requirements you consider necessary for these tools to fulfill. Should they be open source or just free to use or commercial? Or should they be interoperable with the data space? What technical level should be required by those tools? What would be most useful for you? What kind of tools and other kinds of information? I'll go through the whole structure, and then we can also start discussing what people are entering, and probably they could provide more details about the comments. And then the next question concerns desired platform functionalities and features. For example, would you like to receive notifications about new tools being registered on the platform, or how would you improve existing functionalities? For example, to make search more user-friendly. What kind of filters would you like in your search? And lastly, we would like to know whether you have any particular concerns if you're about to register a new tool dataset or upskilling material to the platform. What would be your main concerns in that respect, or the difficulties you might face? So I see people entering. That visualization simulations for 4D rendering of city development. Okay,
sorry, Renée.
Yeah.
In the meantime, there is a question in.
Oh, sorry.
That while people are entering their input in the Miro board.
Are there any plans to have some kind of a playground where one could test how some recipe tool works on their material? Yes, that's a very good question, and that would, I imagine, a very, very useful functionality if it could be offered. However, it's technologically very hard to offer an environment where you can test any tool. Because each tool is offered via different user interfaces, makes use of different technologies, and so on. So making available such a generic user environment is technically very challenging. If, however, individual tools offer such possibilities, then it is very important to include this information in the tool's instructions, because I can understand this is very useful for the user. And actually, some of the AI for Culture tools are offered as an open service where people can register and upload their own data and play with it. Or if for tools that are not offered as a service, then a more technical workflow is required to install locally the tool and again be able to play with your own data. And Antoine, please feel free to add your own thoughts as well, either to questions or reactions to the kind of information that is being entered on the Miro board, since you're very aware of the developments in the projects and the needs of the community.
It would be cheating if I would add my own desire, I guess. But I can try to have a look and comment also on the Miro board.
So I see here some tasks that we have already considered, but also tasks that we haven't considered enough, probably by the resources we have collected in the platform. So image classification, metadata enrichment, automatic text recognition, I think has been among our priorities, but the visualization simulations for 4D rendering probably, I'm not sure there is a tool about that, I mean on the platform. Or about, and so search, going beyond search and having ways to query, interrogate online collections. Quite original, I would say. Tasks, I mean, yeah.
So there is a suggestion that we see on screen about use case projects. Actually, this is a functionality that's already provided in the platform. So there can be a link to a project, and also, as Erini mentioned, the general application category is filled. So actually, maybe I'd like to ask a question about this specific one. Do you feel that there should be a description of the project, so more than just a link that says, "Hey, here's where the tool has been used"? Would you expect more information, considering also that it may become quite easily outdated? So I think it was actually Linas who asked the question on the chat, who asked about this.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be really useful to have a small description on the platform right away. But as you now mentioned that the information can get outdated, I'm not sure now. I'm not sure, yeah, how much useful will that be in, I don't know, in a year or two. But just to save my time, not to, click on the links and go into that projects which implemented some tool and start figuring out what exactly is there, a short summary would be really, really helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Actually, it would also be helpful in case the project is not accessible anymore. In fact, if it is very outdated, then it would become a bit useful for a sort of archive purpose, so that people can still get some value from what was filled once in the platform.
So with respect to desired types of resources and information, yeah, links to examples, running examples, practical examples. I think this is a requirement that keeps recurring also during evaluation that we have conducted. And also, I think this is related also to the question that I tried to answer earlier. Then there are several comments related to the trustworthiness, I would say, of tools in different ways. First of all, that they are actively supported and maintained. Yes, the existing tools on the platform have been selected also based on this criterion, so that they are within an active development cycle. However, maintainability in the long run poses bigger challenges for the editorial team of the platform, I would say. We could think of smart ways of connecting, for example, to GitHub and monitor the progress there. However, I think also manual work cannot be avoided. I mean, periodic checks for the tools. And yeah, FAIR principles as an important criterion. Which we should probably consider in more depth. as to what kind of requirements the tools that we publish on the platform should abide with respect to ethical concerns and FAIR principles. And also this concerns the data sets as well. And yeah, I see. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If I may, Rini, I would say that already on the platform there is some level of fairness ensured by the fact that we try to select or we try to invite contributions of tools that are generally interpretable and published on open platforms. So I was wondering on this suggestion whether there is an expectation that the platform should actually try to measure the fairness of the tool and to propose or to propose to the contributors a specific framework that they should evaluate their tool against. Because the general principle of FAIR, they make much sense, of course, but there are different ways to measure it and to enforce it. So yeah, whoever contributed that, I think I'd be curious to hear whether you had some thoughts about it. It was Ursula who says, okay, maybe just a table ticking off the different aspects of FAIR for each resource. So you can actually unmute and talk. You are very welcome to do that. Otherwise, we can continue on via the chat. So are you suggesting some kind of, let's say, shopping list of things to make the contributors think about what they suggest, so that they would at least pay general attention to the various categories of information that they should give in the description, something like that? Yeah, and Fred.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yes, please, Ursula.
Hi. I'm also trying to use my camera, but okay, maybe now it's working.
Worries.
Sorry, I had to run into a free meeting room because I'm at the office and I couldn't really talk. So to be fair, I just started my career in academia, so I'm just starting with a PhD at UFA. So like my idea and my concerns would be to make sure that my own research can still respect the FAIR principles when using the resources that are on this website. So to be honest, like even just a very simple table or checklist, as you were mentioning, with the different aspects of FAIR that are respected by the resource and the ones that maybe aren't not even not respected, but just like it's unsure whether the resource actually applies for them as well. But that would already be very helpful to understand if I want to use the resource or if I prefer to like use something else or how that adapts to my research. That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah, let me add to this because I see that this as also being interrelated with a comment in the last section about the selection mechanism. How does the platform secure that the tools meet at least minimum requirements set by the community in the data space? So probably I did not mention that, but when you're registering a tool on the platform, after you fill in the form that I very briefly showed also during my presentation, there is a moderation review mechanism by the editorial team takes place, a process, a review process by the editorial team of the AI for Culture platform, and then the provider of the tool may be requested to provide more information or clarify some aspects, and only after approval the tool dataset or upskilling material is actually published on and becomes accessible via the platform. And probably we should make this more transparent, for example, as it was suggested via different check lists with respect to FAIR principles or other criteria that would be good for the tool provider to know and take into consideration.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that would definitely be very helpful. But in general, before logging off, very nice website. I really appreciate it. I'm just starting a PhD on explainable AI, and I was looking for something like this because cultural heritage and AI are still adapting to each other. So thank you so much.
Let me go through the comments.
There's one about tools and services to be part of the data space. I'm wondering actually who wrote this and what kind of integration is desired here. And that actually echoes some discussion that we have internally in the project. Or is it about the fact that the descriptions of the tools, like the inventory of AI for culture, should become part of the data space? Or is it about the tools, all of them becoming part of the data space? Mm. Oh, no one.
But probably it would be worth clarifying at this point also what we mean when we say that the AI for Culture provided tools or any other tools are interoperable with the data space, because I also mentioned this in my presentation. There are some tools that are interoperable, can be considered part of the data space. This means that they support the data formats expected by the data space. For example, the European data model for metadata, or specific formats for submitting subtitles to videos and so on. And make use of the APIs exposed by Europeana, both for sourcing data from Europeana and applying various tools for enrichment and other purposes on the data, as well as for publishing back the results of the AI tools application to the data space, so as to improve the collections that are available there. And I would also like to mention that under the upskilling materials section, you will also be able to find the recordings of the 5 workshops that I mentioned also in my presentation that we gave this autumn. And that present tools related to the scenarios that I mentioned, from multilingual OCR to subtitling, machine translation, image analysis, metadata enrichment, and so on.
There are 3 minutes left.
Okay. And probably another thing that I would like to mention is that there is a commenting section if you register in the platform, you will also be able to comment on tools and data sets. and write other questions you have, and the provider of the tool will be notified about this. So either ask questions or write really any thought that comes into mind about how your experience with the tool, probably negative or positive, or even start a conversation about possible applications of the tool and so on. I see also that there is a comment about a filter by date of publication of the resource. Yes, so this I think is also connected to the other concern raised by other participants as well, that they would like to know which tools are within an active development cycle or are actively maintained and not old. I think this reflects this concern as well. Oh, thanks a lot. I see, and I have to say, I feel happy about this, about the positive comments that you give as well, and also all the suggestions for improving the platform so that it more appropriately covers the real needs of the community. We really appreciate your feedback.
We are almost at time, Irini.
Yes, so probably I can stop sharing my screen and go back to my presentation. So I would like to conclude with a call towards you to contribute to the platform. If you have a tool that you think would be useful for the cultural heritage sector based on your experience, if you have an application example that you would like to share, any data sets that are relevant for evaluating and training AI tools, please do share your knowledge via the platform, and also stay tuned on our social media accounts. I don't have remote control over the slides, I think, anymore. Yeah, please make sure to follow our social media to learn about upcoming events. Thanks a lot for your participation.
Thank you very much, Irini. And it is time to start with the panel session of this fourth day of the Europeana Project Week. This is going to be a panel session in which we would like to have more exchange about the topics that were presented during the first sessions, to open the floor to more questions from the room. So we have invited to join the session Irini Caldeli from the National Technical University of Athens, whom you have just seen presenting the work of the AI for Culture project. With us, we also have Frederick Trajan from the KU University in Leuven, who will chiefly represent DBIAS, but I think it would be fair to note that he's also involved in AI for Culture. So he may say things about that project as well. And to broaden perspectives a bit, we've invited someone to join us who is neither in DBIAS nor in AI for Culture, Steven Claessens from the National Library of the Netherlands. And well, to let everyone know a bit more about where Steven's coming from, we have invited him to present the work on datasheets for cultural heritage, work that actually got a prize in the Netherlands recently, the Victorine van Schreik Awards, recognizing the importance of that. So, Steven, if you are ready to jump in, the floor would be yours.
Thank you, Antoine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the invitation and the introduction. My name is Steven Claessens. I'm a curator of digital collections at the KB, National Library of the Netherlands, and also the chair of the Europeana Research Community. And as such, I've been involved in a working group, Europeana working group on data sheets for digital cultural heritage. So that's what I'm going to present. Maybe it's good to know my background. I've been trained as a philologist and a book historian. I'm not a computer scientist, and I've been working for almost 20 years at the National Library now. So book historian turned librarian. That's probably it. Should I say next slide, or can I do that myself? No?
So you can try to get the remote control at the top of the screen, or maybe someone from the organizing team is already handling the slides.
There's a message now that I should be, but I can't. Yes, sorry.
Excellent.
So data sheets for digital cultural heritage. It's a concept. The idea is that you provide documentation and information on a collection level for digital cultural heritage to facilitate responsible reuse of digital cultural heritage. Somebody has called it a README file that should be associated with your collection. I think that's quite a good metaphor. So I've put it on the slides. It's the modular README file you need with your collection to interrogate positionality, transparency reasons, starting point for assessing potential biases, etc., etc., etc. So the idea is that you get all of the information and documentation going with a data set of cultural digital heritage to be able to assess whether this data set would be useful for your project, for your research, for whatever, and you understand the pitfalls in the collection, what is in there, what's not in there. We took the inspiration from this paper by Gebru et al., data sheets for data sets. So the idea of data sheets has been there before, for decades already. It used to be something that you could get with any electric component or whatever, explaining what you could do with that component or not, how it has been made, etc. This paper introduced this concept to the machine learning community in 2021, and it was the inspiration for our working group to translate that to the digital cultural heritage sector. So it became a working group within the Europeana Network Association with a group of cultural heritage professionals, technical experts, and humanities scholars and curators, where we really adapted the concept and several online thematic discussions, etc., 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 and in the end created the concept for our field. We published a paper. It's in open access in the Journal of Open Humanities Data. This is the screenshot of the abstract, and you see the DOI there, DOI. And we published a template, and this is of course, what it's all about. This is a template of a potential data sheet. In essence, it's really a list of questions you could ask about a collection, digital collection of heritage data, objects, metadata, object and metadata, whatever. So there should be something in there about the motivation, articulating the reasons why this data set has been created. Was there any specific task in mind? For instance, from my perspective, at the National Library, we never, up until now, created data sets with machine learning task in mind. And most of the time we create data sets by digitizing objects, etc., for general audience. But in the end, it will probably be also used in machine learning, other text and data mining purposes, etc. But it's good to understand the motivation behind the original idea of the creation of the data set. So homepage, where in what repository is it? Is there a paper associated with a data set? Is there a point of contact, etc.? Also, this template has been published on Zenodo. The DOI is there. Some more examples of the kind of questions you get if it concerns a data set consisting of digitized material. Try to articulate the digitization pipeline. Any digitization process is the result of a selection, and that selection is sometimes part of what is in the library or a museum or an archive, or what is not. So you get layers of selection that play a role in there. You have the data provenance. Perhaps you have used linked open data. There are taxonomies of vocabularies being used. If version information, is there sensitive information in there? Is there information about persons? Is there personal information, etc.? And the kind of users you can see or not see, unanticipated users, probable social impact of using the data set for your certain purposes, etc., etc., etc. So it's a long list of links. Of questions. Keep in mind that it's modular. You don't have to answer all of those questions, but try and see what you can answer and what not. About the next steps, we are in the process of transforming the data sheet to a machine readable form. Most probably that will be DCAT. And we also next year would like to create an online form, present as some kind of template, but really to guide people into establishing a data sheet with an output in, for instance, a PDF, but also DCAT or JSON or whatever. We're always willing to support people with the whole group in introducing the data sheets, and we're still in the process of collecting lessons learned and best practices, and probably publish about this in the near future. Again, the references, I think I saw them already in the chat, some of those. Otherwise, I'll put those in the chat in a minute and see.
They're already in the chat.
Oh, they are already in the chat. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. These are the people who have been working on the concept. And if you want to reach out, this is how you can reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steven. So this was a forward so that everyone here understand where all the panelists are coming from, and actually how their work relates to the topics of the day around AI and its usage in the context of the data space for cultural heritage. So we do have a number of topics that we can discuss in the panel, but before we come with our own topics, maybe it is fair and even more interesting to actually ask whether anyone in the room would have some questions for the panelists, either about what has been presented right now by Steven or in the earlier sessions for AI for culture and anti-bias.
If not, I can maybe react to Steven's
Sure, go for it.
Shortly presentation. I think it's a very good example of where we would be heading with the data space. I think if we look at Europeana, where we had this effort of mass digitization funded by the European Union and a lot of institutions digitizing and pushing data to Europeana. I think in its second phase, we started to realize that there needed to be some publishing guidelines, some norms to harmonize a bit this content, which led to the publishing framework. But still we see, I think, that a lot of data are lacking because these collections have been kept for specific needs with specific documentation. Many library collections, the whole idea of the catalog was to find the book on the shelf. So there is very limited information there on the object. And so we see in many projects that we would like to have more quality data. The descriptive data, but also I think about the sets so that people understand much better the context of the data set to which an item on Europeana belongs. And so I think what Stephen presented is a very good approach to make sure that we keep this documentation online, that it is accessible, and that people can know the conditions of use, also the importance of the data set, the quality of the data set. So that is, I think, a very good initiative. Stephen, you're still muted.
I shouldn't.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you. And I also believe that this has to do with taking a step from providing information on this object level to the step providing this on a collection level. And that is something quite new, especially in libraries. Maybe archives are better equipped to do that. But this is really something new for libraries. We've been providing information on an object level for centuries, but we have to start understanding how to provide that information on a collection level, because that was what the machine is working on. Humans are working on an object level, the machines are working on reading on a collection level. So I hope this will also help in taking that step. And I believe that's also part of the idea of the data space, right? That we should start thinking of data and data sets, and no longer these individual objects.
If I may add to that, reacting also to Stephen's presentation, that this is a common concern also across data spaces. I mean, also in the health data space and in other data spaces, there are similar initiatives, and the realization that this is a very important need. And following your presentation, I think we should have a very close look at the structure, the template that you also shared on the chat. I started reading it and probably try to reflect this as part of the form that we require contributors of the AI4Culture platform, contributors of data sets, to probably provide all this, or at least part of this information, because I think also a lot considerable effort has to be invested in order to provide all this information, which, however, is very essential and makes a data set really reusable, and also answers to all these concerns that are very spread in the culture heritage community and other communities, that machine learning algorithms actually exploit creative outputs or outputs by humans, so that it's really transparent. So I intend to really study this template and try to put it in the AI4Culture platform form. I think this would be very useful. Thank you, Stephen.
So for the record, we've done that a bit already when discussing what kind of data set attributes there should be. So it's not in exact correspondence, but we've looked already when working on AI for Culture at the data sheet work, and as Stephen mentioned, the fact that yeah, the datasheet group is going to work also on identifying which are the required elements, and also in the perspective of representing machine readable versions of the datasheet. It's quite aligned to that, because that could give some input into let's say the core that is really required for that framework to really offer value. And yeah, maybe this is something that because I see in the chat there's still no question from the audience, so maybe we can start with ours, and I think I could start with one which is yeah, about the role of AI in the cultural heritage processes, and the sort of yeah, the efforts that are needed to make sure that the resources that are built for AI and the AI resources themselves can be reusable by a wider audience in efforts like the data space. What is your experience in identifying the core needs for the various resources that you've worked with? So is it easy? I mean, we've seen some elements of presentation that says, okay, we need this or that, but how easy is it to actually get people contribute this sort of information and to identify what's needed? Is it too much of a difficult question? No, you're all unmuting at the same time. So yes, please,
okay.
Remy.
Okay. I could start by providing, let's say, some thoughts, and then we can continue, because this is I think a multifaceted problem. Because the way I see it, I think that one of the way that the cultural heritage community or part of it feels is that the developments in the technology sector are so fast, and they break things, and new versions of tools are coming out all the time, that they feel that they cannot keep up to the pace of it, that they are being left behind, and that it is very difficult for them to really understand what is going on in the technology sector with all this very disruptive and fast developments. And I think the cultural heritage organizations feel the pressure that they should really innovate themselves and apply the latest technology and so on. I have to say that this is a real problem, but probably that to some extent we should not feel that pressure so much, but rather invest in good practices and fair practices. Because obviously for cultural heritage institutions do not have adequate funding, do not have the capacity, the skills to really integrate the latest AI technology into their workflows, because this requires a lot of effort. So from my perspective, I think we should invest into making AI more accessible to the sector, investing in open source tools or free to use tools, investing in providing as much upskilling material that we can in order to facilitate the efforts of the cultural heritage organizations. I would like to give the floor also to the others to contemplate on your question.
Yeah, I think it's as you mentioned, it's a disruptive technology. It's a different thing than nice to have visualizations and things that in the sector also are used to enrich exhibitions, to engage the public, etc. Here it is a base technology that can, if applied correctly, can offload a lot of work. So there is a possibility for upscaling. That's, for example, what we do in DBIAS, where we use AI because doing it manually would just take too long time. So there needs to be a good reflection in the sector. What kind of work do we want AI to help with? What could give the most advantage in our current way of working? And where will it disrupt that way of working? And we need to focus on new things because of the availability of this technology. So I guess we are still in a phase where we shouldn't do a lot of trials of small applications, but really in the sector think through how will it affect our core processes of describing our collections, of making these available. And in this sense, it is closely linked to this notion of the data space. So I think there we will have the biggest leverage of these technologies is when we try to build this data network for the sector. But there is still so much work to do. What kind of information, who is going to take care of that, who is going to do the quality control, etc. That is for me the challenge of this period to assess that.
We cannot hear you, Steven.
Can you hear me now? There's a delay.
Yes.
There's probably a delay. Anyway, okay. So apologies. I have delay in unmuting and muting. I think I look at it mostly as a curator and former researcher. So for me, adding to what has already been said, I think we should really look where AI can add to the quality of opening up the collections as institutions or within a data space or as Europeana on the one hand, and how it can add to research possibilities for researchers. So that's really my curator perspective, probably. But that's what we see at the KB at the moment. I mean, we are working on an AI roadmap since the Dutch government, let's say the scientific council for the Dutch government, I said this is a system technology, just like electricity, and so what Fred called a base technology, I think. So this will systematically affect the whole of society. So we have to cope with this. But what we see at the KB while we are working on this AI roadmap, that in different departments of the library, people already started experimenting with this. And we see the first results of what AI can do to provide additional metadata to our books, or to do HDR, handwritten text recognition on our manuscripts. We didn't even need an AI roadmap to have these projects flourishing already. Hey, there's a question. Sorry.
Hi. Yeah. Can you see me and hear me? Yeah, so I have a question, like it's more or less related to what you were just discussing, but also to the topics that we discussed this morning. So about, like, again, bias and involving communities in crowdsourcing. And my question to you would be, because it's also a question that I'm trying to not find an answer, but I'm trying to like understand it better and better to move forward in an appropriate way. And it would be, how can these AI tools that cultural heritage institutions and governments want to put in place, how can they take into account polyvocality and this need to like mirror the different layers that every item, especially in cultural heritage, has? I know it's a big question, but just like to have some ideas. Thanks.
Well, it's essentially what we want to do in DBIAS, where we were realizing that Europeana is a platform that can reach out to a broad audience, from school kids to researchers, that all look to the same metadata that have been provided by the institutions. And of course, the language is dependent on the history of acquisition and documenting in the institution. But of course, if you realize that people like Historiana, who make educational materials for school children, are actively using Europeana, you realize that the language, the phraseology, the framing of the contents is not ideally suited for that. And so we are trying to set the stage to be able to build layers of interfacing where you get indeed this polyvocal access to the data, where you hide harmful data from exposure to people, but make it still findable for the researcher, because you need to make sure that you do not falsify history. It is what it is. But on the other hand, you want to have a safe environment for users where in their own language, in their own experience world, they can access these data. And my guess is we are now doing a very small effort, in fact, with AI, where we are just trying to match words in the descriptions to a vocabulary, but it's already a multilingual vocabulary. We are adding ontology elements. So for us, this is the start of a development to a kind of very rich dictionary of heritage, a multivocal. I like that you introduced this word, and I will take it with me. A multivocal dictionary. I think that is something that the heritage sector in Europe can try to build. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
May I also add to what Fred said about polyvocality, and I think also the aspect of subjectivity should be taken into consideration here, because from what I've heard, I'm not very actively involved in the bias, but some of my colleagues are. From what I'm hearing also, people, and that's totally understandable and expected, disagree about what is considered contentious and problematic depending on the context and so on. So sometimes people have false expectations from the AI tool itself that it resolves this by itself. But it cannot, because even people have different opinions, and the AI can only reflect on the opinions in the way it sees it in various cases of the data it has been trained on, those opinions. So what I'm saying is that often this polyvocality does not also hints to a certain limitation of the kind of problems that AI can solve. It cannot provide a solution to what kind of heritages, what kind of interpretations are considered correct or should be reflected on the documentation and on exhibitions made by organizations and so on. This is often a political, the outcome of a political process or of discussions, ideological positions and so on. And this is not a problem that the AI can solve. Just a remark.
Yeah, I'm also like, thank you. And I was also thinking about the problem of the data on which the AI tools are trained on. So, because, for example, like, I'm just like imagining, because I'm not, I honestly have no idea on what data they're usually trained on. But in general, I would imagine that if they are pre-trained model, already existing models that are then fine-tuned to fit a cultural heritage task sector or whatever, if they're pre-trained, there is also the problem of them learning bias, which comes from the data the data set that is used during the training. So like my issue with polyvocality would not be to like, of course, like ask the AI to decide, but it would be to like, how can we take into account, like how can we try to get polyvocality by also taking into account the possible and likely problems that these AI tools could have because of their origin and because of like how they're used. Because usually I imagine that cultural heritage institutions do not have the funding to create models from scratch. So using other models that come from like, I don't know, big tech, I imagine that could for sure like create ethical issues as well.
I see that Tom wanted to intervene also.
Yes, and thank you, and also thank you, Erony, for your talk, and I'm so pleased that I was able to hear you give the demonstration, because at the aggregators forum I had to cut you off early, so I'm very pleased about that. But I'm just sort of thinking about the AI tools, and maybe something that irks people about it is being presented with an answer. You know, you look for something and you're getting something back, and it goes back to sort of contextual information being everything. So you can have the AI saying, well, look, I'm giving you this, I'm showing you this because you were asking about this, and I was thinking, you know, maybe you're also thinking about this, that, and the other, and presenting it with a kind of methodology, and that then the sort of human user can say, yes, yeah, well, you had a point there, I hadn't thought about that. And that's sort of different to, you know, just sort of feeling that you've got something making your mind up for you. So it's that sort of transparency that I think AI could bring in, and it should be able to explain itself as well as suggest things.
That is why to link it back to Ursula's comments, we, in this vocabulary that we are building, we give these different contexts. We show, for example, that one Dutch term has echoes differently in the Netherlands than in Belgium, because the context is different. And so if an AI can be fine-tuned with this material, it will be a better interactor, a better respondent for the user who is prompting and who is asking questions. It will have a finer approach to contextualization. And for me, that is part of the data space, that is building these complex vocabularies and ontologies that make that you can contextualize at the right moment for the right audience. And I hope that AI technologies can help in that. We'll see how far we can go. But
so, but that goes a bit both ways, Fred, if I may, because actually the DBIAS project is embarking on that based on the first results that it got which identified the fact that there were indeed problems. And now the idea is to try to feed the system and to have more sophisticated prompts that would allow to take the context. So it sort of, yeah, this loop where the technology is used and then its use gets refined and possibly with new data being produced. But Irini, Stephen, you wanted to, yeah, Stephen?
I was wondering whether this could not be, I mean, you asked the question if those heritage institutions are building their own models. Some of them are, and I think more of us should do that, because this reminds me of there's a bigger project in the Netherlands called Cultural AI. They're also looking into contentious terminology, for instance, the link in the chat. But they have some kind of slogan saying that they want to bring AI to culture, but also very important, bring culture to AI. So the idea of having the humanist perspective and the heritage professionals perspective, the kind of critical thinking we are used to, this kind of transparency that should be brought to the AI sector. And so maybe we should better start building our own foundation models. Sorry.
Definitely agree on that one, especially. I am personally part of the Haiku project, which is for like people who might not know it, it's a new national project in the Netherlands that works on different aspects to use AI with cultural heritage to enhance it, preserve it. So thank you for mentioning these other cultural AI project. I'm just looking into it and it's really interesting. And thanks everyone for your inputs. Definitely useful for my PhD as well. Thank you.
May I also react to what has been said?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm very much in favor, and actually AI for Culture project very much is within this spectrum of initiatives that try to make AI more trustworthy and more accessible and so on. However, at the same time, I think that we have to be pragmatic and that the models we build cannot compete with what the big tech is doing. There probably we have to identify and be aware of the limitations of both, let's say, paradigms of AI development and AI models. Because we are building our models, and DBIAS is an excellent example of that, in the cultural way, as also Stephen said, in the context of this motto. At the same time, big tech, like the established and widely used LLM models that are black boxes in many cases and are not open source. Many of them, some are, or are either very expensive to install and use locally or even via their APIs. But they suffer from a very important limitation in the fact that they are black boxes and that they cannot offer explanations about the responses they give. And that by design, this is a very difficult task for them, especially for generative AI, because they are based on stochastic processes. They are too creative, and therefore it is very hard for them to say, this is why I produced my answer. This is where I looked into in order to produce it. And this is how I can corroborate it in a trustworthy way. So just to add this, let's say, concerns of mine with what I think we like as a community, as a culture heritage community, I think, and also certain limitations that I see in broadly used AI tools by big tech.
Yeah, it reminds me that you have this whole discussion about that AI should give the references when you get the responses, but there is no direct link to the references, of course. So it's not the way it is trained. So what most providers do is then after the generation of the answer, they do a quick search on their own search engine and give you some references, but it's not so that the answer has been built on the basis of the referred materials. That is not how it works. It's as you say, it's a statistical computation on thousands of exposures and back propagation, etc. And it's difficult for many users to grasp that. And they think, why doesn't it give me the sources on which it is based? Well, it's not that it read three papers and made a summary. That's not the way it works, of course. Yeah.
Well, I was about to ask if there was a reaction or question in the room. So in the chat we have Laura starting with a thought. Would you like to ask about your thoughts, Laura? Yeah, hello. We can see you, not hear you though.
Now you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it was my mic turned off. Yeah, that the big tech companies were mentioned. AI models have a lot of problems ethically and morally with them, and what we are missing is generally our guidelines and just safety concerns addressed in a way that everyone can use these things without running into problems, because especially with LLMs, they are really easily jailbroken. So it's really easy to bypass the safety measures they made. And in cultural heritage, we could use a lot of AI models or just algorithms, but we still need guidelines, and it would be a hassle, but I don't know if it would be possible to make it at least on a European Union level or something like that. I don't know what you think.
Interesting question, but I don't have an answer, I think.
I posted a link also on the chat, which I think is oh, I posted it only to sorry, to one-to-one. I should post it in the chat, which I think is quite interesting, because indeed there are various guidelines, also many of them prepared by and advertised by big tech and so on. What I think we need is actually regulations. So this ethical abstract guidelines to be translated into actual regulations, which means that an enforcing mechanism is also at place. Because why I'm saying this, because at this abstract level, ethical principles are often vague, and it's subjective again what is meant by fairness. There is no common understanding between different communities what is meant by fairness, and these ethical or reference to ethical guidelines are often used as a way of whitewashing and not taking responsibility. So I think we should be so a kind of ethics washing, and as a means to dodge regulation, that we are following ethical guidelines, and here it is. So I think it's a complex matter. And I'm aware of many, let's say, ethical guidelines, which do not often translate to very practical measures that have an impact. Just mentioning that we should be wary of this.
Thank you. And we have Sifo raised his hands. You can talk. We cannot hear you.
Okay, can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yes. So just to give a little bit of context of where it's more of a comment than anything. So I'm following the Rupianas, and I'm also based here in Africa, in South Africa, right? So our drive is more towards and getting the African voice, on things like Wikimedia and stuff. So we all about open data, open knowledge, open source, and so on. And what I like about it's what I keep on picking up from these conversations, and that you have in the Europeana platform is that it's got to do with low resource languages, right? And what seems to be working for us is that, yes, the AI regulations and the rules are going to come, but they take too long. But currently what's working for us is having and that open access kind of approach, and whereby a lot of stakeholders are involved, but we keep on moving forward, instead of waiting for one major decision and then everybody's up in arms and then it sets us back. So it's kind of open. I don't even know what to call it. Is it open access, open knowledge, but an open approach into moving forward, into shaping to what rules and regulations would work for each specific context. It's because, and just as a final example, it's for the data sets. So we've seen that, yes, we might have two low resource languages, but we can't use the same principles and when trying to create these data sets, because in some languages respond, it's embedded to some ways, so, and there's a whole lot to be considered, but we can't wait for a final decision, and we've got to take gradual steps. And the open access source knowledge kind of approach has kind of been working for us. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for the intervention. Does anyone want to react in the panel members?
I would certainly agree that this has also been the force of Europeana, I think, to just move forward and trying to find our own, like the publishing framework is an example where you try among thousands of contributing institutions to set some commonalities, some guidelines while working. And the same here. Let's move forward. Let's build these vocabularies with the problems that there are, the limitations that there are, and contribute maybe to regulations thinking. I think from the sector we can give some hints at where regulation could move towards, and I totally agree with Eirini that we need these, but I wouldn't wait for them because then we are a few years further. Knowing the European Union, I think it's better to move ahead in the meantime.
Yeah, and maybe I could add actually something from the perspective of another project that's finished now. So about Sifo's point on sharing data and the importance of open data. It was the lack of data for some applications and cases. So we had a project called Europeana Translate that was set to tune existing translation engines for the metadata that is present in the data space. And Eirini was playing a big role in this project, so maybe she wants to say something. But I mean, because I would not drop the ball without indication. I wanted to say that yes, we have struggled to identify some resources for some of the languages that are present in the data space, which did not have a lot of training data available. So it was quite important for the people who did the training actually to be able to find some other resources that they could experiment with to see if that would boost the performance of the engines they were training. And after that, the project has tried to share all its training data openly. I'm not sure it's been used by others, but at least the project tried to apply those principles and to make sure that it could benefit someone else possibly. So I know that those resources actually are being considered for the language data space, which is another data space in our context that has quite some relevance.
Yeah, thanks, Antoine. Also, your Pana Translate came to my mind as well. So thanks for providing this overview. And I would like to add that this comment you made about the low resource languages can be probably generalized in the sense that there are certain aspects that are underrepresented in available data that can be used for training and evaluation, and this leads to biases. So also in terms of culture heritage across the world that has been digitized and is available, or lack of representativeness of certain voices, of certain cultures, and so on, which is reflected on the A model. So I think this is a common an observation, a more general observation, I think that can be made, and echoes also the concerns that were raised.
Is there any other question from the room? No. Well, would the panel participants like to have one last word each? Because we have only 6 minutes, so I'm not sure it is wise to open another big topic, a big new topic. So would you like to add anything to what's been discussed today?
Shall I go first and then? Yeah, I think that what we noticed in the bias, where in fact the technology was a small part of what we were doing and what we were aiming for, but the nature of the technology made that it became a very interdisciplinary effort, that we had a common platform that brought together insights from history, from linguistics, from cultural studies, from anthropology. And that is, I think, the fascination of these kind of technology projects, that you have, since you are working with in a common space, you get really interdisciplinary dialogue. And because in the end, you need to agree on very formal things. It needs to work. And yeah, and that's for me is the lesson learned, that it is a good factor to bring about real interdisciplinary thinking. And that,
Can I ask one question? Can you hear me?
Yeah, if it
Maybe I
is
came
short,
a little
yes.
bit late, sorry. I was very pleased by a museum's project which started at Dresden concerning Jakob Böhme. And what I admired, it went European. It went to Canterbury, Amsterdam, Poland. And I like that they stressed in early modern times the scholars who studied Böhme and illustrated him, and showed a little bit about spirit, cosmology, and also related to the body a little bit. And I observe a lot of discussions in the European culture area and don't see too much philosophical or aesthetical realms, whereas in media, arts, it happens. I don't have the time to monitor everything. At Europeana, what about metaphysics or cosmologies, which happen, I think, in art and in the cinema, even Hollywood? What is the understanding of Europeana currently about philosophies? Let's call it philosophies.
So Stephen, we did not hear you. You probably had some reaction to that as an historian.
You're representing the Europeana Foundation. It's a bit beyond my expertise to answer metaphysical questions, I'm afraid. So but maybe is there anybody who would like to answer this question, or shall I proceed?
Well, maybe I can just do one quick round. Yeah, indeed, this is a bit far-stretched for us, but it certainly goes into the interdisciplinary aspect. So should there be some resources to continue efforts? I think actually that has been discussed in DBIAS a bit at some point. Like so, it was not about metaphysics, but let's say like deeper language science. Than what we could do during the projects that was mentioned. So it all boils down to having the right conditions actually, and that requires quite some resources, which comes back to another painful point that's been mentioned a bit earlier. Stephen.
Yeah, I just wanted to elaborate a little on what Fred said, and maybe it also ties into the question about metaphysical things. As I've been a curator now for almost 10 years, and I think with the rise of AI and machine learning, I've never had this many ethical discussions in my life, I believe. So it's forcing us to work and to become interdisciplinary. This morning I was in a wonderful discussion with two researchers we have in residence at the KB who are working on trying to formulate some kind of legal or framework on what is bias, what kind of bias do we have in collection. And at the same time we had visitors who are working almost on the same question. So they have this project, I'll put the link in the chat, called Combating Bias, asking again this same kind of question. So if we're talking about big data sets and biases in there, what kind of biases can we discern? What is it? I mean, I've never had this kind of discussions 4 or 5 years ago. And now I'm sitting at the table with computer scientists and people asking these kind of very important questions. So yes, interdisciplinarity.
Maybe I ask this because I'm part of a small think tank on mental health, and there it could be interesting because I think for medicine to tackle mental health thing is not so easy, and maybe that's why there I have the idea that something interesting could happen there. But thank you.
Thank you. And Irini, do you want to have one last word in our last minute?
Well, indeed, as Stephen said, we haven't had such ethical discussions are going on a lot after the advent, or rather the spread of, I would say, generative AI, and that's actually good to see that the culture heritage community is very keen to have these discussions and actually pushes for regulations, for ethical guidelines. And as it seems that this is a very high concern of the community. I think this is a good sign that the community does not feel obliged to be driven by techno-solutionist attitudes that seek to turn social issues into technical problems that machine learning systems can solve. And I think this is a very good thing.
thank you. So, well, that signals the end of our panel. Thank you very much for the great discussion. Actually, there is somewhere a thank you slide, but I cannot find it anymore. So I'm going to just say it. I would like also to thank the contributors to the earlier sessions who spent a lot of time, a lot of effort in making those sessions a great thing. And actually now hopefully everyone sees the links between the different sessions and why there were some things in the DBIAS one which did not seem immediately obvious to AI topics. Actually, there is quite some strong motivation for doing such things in the data space. And of course, thank you to the audience as well, and thank you to my colleagues who helped with the organization, also with the chat, so I can name Tamara, Georgia, and Gina. Thanks a lot, everyone, and bye for now.